best of 5 head-to-head, as we can look here, well, it's same but different, but still the same.
I mean, the fact that they've also both had 3-1s against each other in spring, and now this is going to be decided. This is the deciding best of 5 for the year. They've been even so far when it comes to how they've matched up.
Yeah, I mean, it's so interesting. It's completely 50-50. As like, if you see the match, it's also game score, and also T1 win and Genji win, back to T1 win and the Genji win.
Yeah.
And I don't know who's gonna win today, honestly. Like, it's gonna be interesting no matter what.
It is the deciding one, right? And you have T1 ramping up, getting the stage experience that maybe is gonna help them today. And Genji, as we said, they've been solid throughout the entire year. What do you think is gonna come down to today?
I feel like a big aspect of it is going to be how they show up in the day. I think realistically, both of them have shown like the capability to perform at a super high level. Obviously, T1 have been down to the wire so many times in this series so far, but also I think draft is going to be pretty massive as well, securing these really influential picks across the board.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, I don't think there's anything that they can actually push more their limit. Like, I don't think there's any step that they can actually go over. So it's gonna be about the preparation and about their mentality today. They have like condition today. I think that's it.
And it is mostly players that have stage experience, that have championship experience, because if you really look at the leaderboard of these LCK champions, we find some of them on the side of T1, some of them on the side of Genji, of course, Peanut, with 3 different teams. Faker, we could say 3 different teams, even though it's the same structure. But yeah, what a statement for these players and how many times they've been winning.
It's still crazy just seeing like the gap between Faker and everyone else, but Peanut has really been just getting so much mileage when it comes to titles, when it comes to finals appearances as well, and it just feels like a lot of them sometimes on the same team, but a lot of them going up against each other as well.
Yeah, I mean, especially Peanut, if he gets the win today, he's got to be the first one actually as a jungler get the 6 times win. I mean, 6-time final appearance. And also, I carry 1-time Faker in 2017.
Yeah, I think if we scroll down...
all the way down.
All the way down.
Keep going.
Yeah, you can find Huni somewhere, but let's focus on the matchup that we're gonna have today, as it is a really, really hype one, and the important points that we're gonna have for this match. What is the main storyline for you when it comes to Genji and T1? Because, as we said, that's a matchup that we know a lot, and we've been used to seeing a lot over the past few years.
Yeah, I feel like it's just, it's the same matchup between them, but a very different sentiment going in. We saw in spring, it was Genji knocked down to the lower bracket who had to fight their way back up. It was T1 who looked so dominant in spring, and everyone expected them to come out ahead, whereas here, T1 came into playoffs as the underdogs and have had to prove themselves and ramp up time after time.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, no one would expect it before the playoffs started. Like, T1 is making final. That's crazy. I mean, it's like, it really was unexpectable, and T1 actually made that happen.
It is actually crazy to follow up on what you were just saying, that T1 was the underdog coming in this playoff, giving the experience on the side of this roster and how successful they've been over the years. Would you rate them as the underdog coming in today, is the question.
I think I still would, because I think KT didn't look as good as we've seen them in the regular season. T1 have definitely stepped up though. That's why it's so hard to read. I think based on what we know from them so far, I give the edge to Genji, but T1 have shown constantly improving their performance. Their first series against D+, people were ready to rule them out after that one. They weren't that impressed with the victory, but every series they've played, they've looked better and better.
And I really want to focus on this jungle matchup, especially Peanut versus Owner. And for me, you have 2 different trajectories. Peanut, who was for long fighting for the consistency that people were looking for this player. And on the other side of the table, Owner, who had to fight back in summer, heavily criticized, as we've been talking about yesterday. But I feel like he was the player of the game yesterday and the MVP for T1. So it's going to be a really interesting matchup today.
Do you guys remember, we used to make a joke of the Peanut, actually, game 2 Peanut, game 3 Peanut, Peanut haven't arrived in Lord Park yet. Those kind of thing was, actually miming in this spring split. And I think after this, especially after MSI, he proved himself that the consistency and the experience and the veteran player, he's leading the team right now. He's making all the action, all of it from Genji, and it's crazy that he actually find a form that is actually even better and get the consistency level.
And I feel like Owner's kind of been the opposite. When T1 was struggling, I've said multiple times I felt like he was the worst performing player, and I feel like part of that is because jungle is tied so heavily to mid, which is where they had the absence in Faker. But yesterday against KT, he stepped up so massively, and we saw a real return to form that is going to be so needed to match up to Peanut today.
I want to say in Game 5, some steals here and there when it came to objective, but it was a crazy game all across the board. And when I look at this mid lane matchup, it's a tale as old as time. Chovy versus Faker, we've been used to seeing this matchup, but who should have the edge today, especially when you consider Faker's current form after the best of 5 he played against KT yesterday?
Guys, how crazy is this? This is the 6th time it's in final. It's not like just entire. It's just only final. This is 6th time, and Chovy is being performing incredibly well. Even lane stat, like moving around, like the player making, like impacting on the map. It's crazy, and this type of the clutch moment, like with he's playing with Yone especially, I think it's incredibly pressure for T1.
I think everyone always knew that Chovy was a phenomenal laner, but his growth in this past couple of years to be so impactful on the map as well has just really rounded him out as one of just the greatest mid laners of all time. And for Faker, I think people were looking at this matchup as thinking, you know, Faker adds so much to his team, but Chovy is so good individually. But after yesterday, Faker showed a level of laning that completely eclipsed BDD, and he's in such good form right now.
An amazing Azir, honestly, on the side of Faker. And what about the bot lane? Something that we've been always talking about this year, Pace replacing Ruler at the beginning of the year. We knew that there were some heavy expectations on the side of his rookie, but I feel like he's been smashing the expectations that everyone had and upping it even higher here.
Yeah, I mean, to Pace, we can't call him his rookie anymore.
No.
He's an absolutely railroader plus, and he's become a veteran player. And also, he also proved himself that he is really strong at the final. He's actually when in the tournament, it's big. He doesn't really make any mistake. It's like last time they played against the T1 at the final, he was a completely carried the game. He got MVP. Like, you know, there's nothing to talk anymore about him.
I feel like he's been so reliable, but I also think Gumayusi for the side of T1, even when they were struggling, he looked like that member who was still holding such a high level, such a solid form. There are so many games they managed to win because he was putting on that 1v9 performance. And yesterday, he was really the driving force in some of the matches. The fact we saw Carrier moving to Lulu, playing that Enchanter, having faith that Guma could carry, and he certainly did.
And I feel like that's what is interesting, because when we set up the bot lane discussion points yesterday, we've been talking about the Xayah. We also saw Zeri coming back as one of the strongest picks we have in the meta right now. And when it comes to these players, I feel like it's going to be the most contested champions today. And who is the best at maneuvering them?
Yeah, I mean, it's a whole time we were talking about the Xayah. It's kind of funny that he actually got the Game 5 Xayah and he clutched the game. And all the game, as you mentioned, the Lulu, Enchanter, and the Gumayusi was actually popping up. He was like, nope, I'm not losing today. I'm going final. 100%. That's what he
the
said.
bot lane can be an option, but we know that all these players can carry if given the right tools to do so. So I want us to take a look at the meta check on the side of T1 first, because we've been talking about Xayah. There's some other champions that I feel like we want to see on the side of T1 and that brought them the success that lead them to finals today.
Yeah, I think at this point, you start to see these picks that feel like it's so hard to play against these teams when they have them. And for T1, I think these picks have been so instrumental for them. I think the Xayah has been such a big pick for Guma. It's made it so hard to play like aggressive die comps into him. But the Poppy as well is another pick that can really counteract a lot of the aggressive supports, things like the Rel, which you've seen in the jungle, things like Rakan. And I think T1 are so fantastic at setting up on an objective, forcing the other team to come into them, and then playing counteractively. And the Aatrox also one that fits into that. If you're diving into an Aatrox, he's going to massacre you.
Yeah, I mean, also Nocturne with the Nico combo yesterday was kind of popping off as well. And for Genji, obviously, we know the Peanut Maokai. It's extreme. He's a special that is like, he's ganking with the Maokai level 3. We're like usually saying, Maokai's weak in Ollie. Nope, Peanut say, I'm just gonna gank at level 3. It's not weak. I got the point CC and the pressing R with the controlling object. And as I mentioned it before, the Chovy Yone, I think is really, really popping off. And also the Poke pick, I think the GP, you guys have to actually watch out, because I think the Doran, it turned around the series when they're actually losing against the T1. He pulled out the game 4. He actually make them the bet at game 5.
I think Zeri as well was something, even back in spring, it was something that Guma wasn't really playing too much and was going to be such a problem if Paze gets his hand on it. The Trist as well, the last series was banned 5 times, I believe. So there's just so many powerful picks that I feel like we might not see a lot of these because they'll just be banned. First rotation, they're so hard to deal with.
Yeah, and we could have coded Poppy also on the side of Peanut. There's a lot of champions that these players have been really, really good and that brought them the victory. And I'm really interested in seeing how the draft is going to develop on the side of both these teams because it's going to come down, I feel, to contesting neutral's objective. And here I feel like both teams have a different approach. When T1 focus more on the top side of the map, Genji more on the bot side of the map. And we know how strong Genji has been in the early game. And T1 has been ramping up in this stage of the game as well.
Yeah, I feel like something for me was the fact that Zeus has really come alive when it has come to the playoffs, and having a strength in the top lane, having someone you can allocate those resources on, he has been such a monster when he's been able to get ahead. But yeah, I think the difference between the Herald and Dragon priority is really going to be something that we'll look for in this game. If you're trying to prioritize Dragons, you really need that strength in the bot lane 2v2. But if you're picking Rakan into like carry as Lulu, you're going to struggle to be able to secure those objectives.
Yeah, I mean, as you guys see, like, it's the meta is obviously is like playing around the object. As you guys see, this is the first team and second team that just help out the soul raid. Even Baron, I think the T1 is like really good at just, they don't hesitate it. Oh, the Baron's up. B for 23 minutes. Let's just hit it.
And that's the thing. Both this team, as we said, know each other really well. So it's really going to come down to execution. I wouldn't believe we're going to see new champions here, especially not on the bot lane. We know that there's a Samira that can arrive on the side of Gumayushi. Pace is really comfortable on any champion that you would put him on. What is going to be the difference maker here in this matchup, Ars?
I feel like a lot of it's going to be how the team set their AD carries up for success, because we're not on MSI meta where you had like Jinx with a bunch of teammates who are just setting you up like a tank front line. A lot of work has to be done to get value on these picks, and I feel like both Pace and Guma, you make a single mistake, that might be enough to lose the finals.
Let's take a look at predictions then, shall we? It's a really hard one to predict, actually. I went T1 3-1 here against Genji because I believe in the power of the loser bracket run to ramp up, to get the stage experience that you need. And here, I feel like with the stage experience that T1 got during playoffs, they're unmatched, and we'll see if it makes a difference. I want to also see a new champion crown.
I mean, it will. I mean, it's going to be so excited. And my turn is going to be 3-2. I'm sticking with the T1 yesterday, same as you know, like I just trust them. You know, I think it's going to be really close to the series that no matter what. And as I said it, I think even Genji win at the game 5, I think it's no surprise at all.
I think for me, I went a little bit different. I went for Genji. I think even though T1 stepped up massively yesterday, I think KT was on a bit of a downward trajectory. Genji haven't shown that, you know. They may have had a rough late end of the regular season, but their playoff form has been phenomenal. I think this is a bigger hurdle to pass than KT was. So I think it'll be close, but I give the edge to Genji.
All right, a bit of focus on the coaches maybe to see what Omen have brought to them by the fortune-telling cookie. Take things easy. As long as you give yourself a little breathing room, it will be a good day. Fantastic advice.
Take your deep breath. Yeah, I mean, for final, obviously. And check your plans. Yeah, take your advance. Just double check your plan. Double check your preparation.
Well, refrain from handling assets that have adventurous tendencies. Sounds so unique.
Better on the reef. We'll see how handy these fortune-telling cookies can come. But we have also more to hear on the side of the coaches themselves. So let's send it over to the interview.
네, 젠지의 스코어 감독과 T1의 톰 감독 등을 모시고 인터뷰 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 결승 무대에서 T1과 4번 연속으로 만나게 됐는데요. 이에 대한 생각은 어떠신가요?
이제 T1도 그렇고 저희도 그렇고 이렇게 4번 연속 결승전에 왔다는 것 자체가 두 팀 다 너무 잘한다고 생각해서 좀 오늘 쉽지 않은 싸움이 될 것 같고 기분도 좋습니다.
네, T1이 정규 시즌 5위에서 결승까지 올랐습니다. 소감이 어떠신가요?
저희가 정규 시즌 5위로 마감을 했지만 그래도 저희 스스로도 되게 잘하는 팀이라고 생각했어서 정규 시즌에는 큰 의미를 두지 않고 연습을 했던 것 같습니다.
네, 어제 T1과 KT의 최종 결승 진출전이 있었습니다. 어떤 마음으로 지켜보셨나요?
이제 뭐 어느 팀이 올라오든 뭐 쉽지 않을 거라 생각하고 그냥 분석을 열심히 해서 오늘 꼭 이길 마음으로 지켜보고 있었습니다.
네, T1이 어제 경기 후에 오늘 또 경기를 치르게 됐는데요. 선수들의 컨디션은 괜찮은가요?
선수들이 어제 연습하고 좀 오늘 경기 시간에 맞춰서 알맞게 잔 것 같고요. 또 어제 경기를 했다 보니까 조금 긴장도 더 풀리게 된 것 같아서 좋은 것 같습니다.
네, 혹시 감독님들이 생각하는 오늘의 핵심 라인은 어디인지 한 분씩 얘기 부탁드리겠습니다. 먼저 스코어 감독님.
결승전 무대에서 사실 핵심 라인이 있다기보다는 오늘 당장 이제 한 경기 치르면서 그 핵심 라인이 좀 드러날 것 같아서 오늘 경기를 지켜봐야 될 것 같습니다.
저도 핵심 라인이라기보다는 저희 선수들이 자기 할 것만 다 잘하고 좀 조급해하지 않는 플레이 잘하면 충분히 이길 수 있을 것 같습니다.
네, 마지막으로 젠지의 3연속 우승을 향한 각오 들어보겠습니다.
저희가 이제 2번 연속으로 이제 LCK를 우승했는데 이번에도 그 기세에 꺾이지 않고 오늘 3연속 우승 3대 0으로 하겠습니다.
네, T1의 11번째 우승을 향한 각오도 들어보겠습니다.
저희가 오늘 그 기세에 꺾어보도록 하겠습니다.
네, 양팀 모두 최선을 다해 멋진 경기를 보여주길 응원하겠습니다. 네, 인터뷰 마치겠습니다. 감사합니다.
All right, players, coaches, fans are ready for today, and we're seconds away from the opening ceremony of the 2023 LCK Summer Woody Bank 1 Grand Finals. So it's time for us to take it away.
남자만이 살아남는다. 2023 LCK 서머 전장으로 소환된 10개 팀 중에서 2팀만이 남아 이곳 대전에서 마지막 관문을 준비하고 있습니다. 또 너냐? 또 나다. 4연속 결승에서 계속해서 만난 두 팀. 이 지긋지긋한 인연, 아니 악연을 오늘 청산하고 싶을 겁니다. 두 팀 만나봅니다. 먼저 오늘 결승에 많은 것들이 달려 있습니다. 피넛 정글 최초 6회 우승. 가야겠죠. 젠지 LCK 3연속 우승, 일명 3핏. 당연히 가야죠. T1 D 플러스 기아 3연속 우승의 기록 우리도 좀 해보자. 하지만 내년 스프링에서 최초 4회 우승은 우리가 먼저 간다. 디펜딩 챔피언 젠지. 구승 9패 5위로 시작. 하지만 정규 시즌 1위 LCK 올퍼스트, 그리고 완전 정배 KT를 옥각 2번으로 무너뜨리고 5연속 결승 진출. 그리고 또다시 V11 도전. 아, 8월의 T1은 신인가? 오늘은 8월 20일 도장 깨기 가자! 이 여름을 뜨겁게 태우고자 하는 불, 그리고 그 불길을 꺼뜨리고 싶은 물처럼 이 두 팀의 대결의 결과는 아무도 알 수 없습니다. 과연 젠지가 3연속 우승으로 엄청난 기록을 만들어낼 수 있을지, 아니면 이에 맞서는 T1이 V11의 새로운 역사를 써내려갈 수 있을 것인지. Let the finals begin! 대전에서 펼쳐지는 2023 LCK 서머 스플릿 우리은행 1 그랜드 파이널을 이 자리를 함께 해주시는 많은 팬 여러분의 뜨거운 환호, 함성과 함께 시작!
좋지 않은 기억입니다. 준우승했어요.
젠지한테 정규 시즌 때도 한 번도 안 졌고 그리고 플레이오프 때도 안 졌었는데 예상 못한 결과였습니다.
스프링 결승전 전에 T1한테 져서 결승전 하기 전에 살짝 좀 무섭기도 했었는데
저희가 이 멤버로 우승할 수 있었다는 거에 되게 기뻤던 것 같고
그런 예상을 깨고 뒤엎고 우승을 해서 몇 배는 더 좋았던 것 같아요.
아직까지 좀 분하지만 이번에 또 다시 만나게 돼서 그럴 수 있는 기회가 생긴 것 같아서
이번에는 충분히 공략할 수 있다고 생각합니다.
많이 상대에서 편한 감도 있고 당한 게 많아가지고 이번에 이기면 다 청산한다는 느낌이라서 만나고 싶었어요.
이번 서머 시즌 때는 저희가 연패도 있었고 좀 우여곡절이 많았는데
상혁이 형이 다시 돌아오면서 그냥 원래 T1으로 돌아오는 거 보니까 역시 역시구나 그런 생각했던 것 같아요.
저는 이제 아래에서부터 올라온 경험이 몇 번 있었고 이번에도 굉장히 분위기가 좋기 때문에
현준이 형이랑 지훈이 이번에 3 pit도 맞고 내가 우승해서 커리어도 동률로 맞추도록 할게.
이왕 이기는 거 2명 있는 쪽이 이기는 게 좋지 않겠습니까? 한 번만 더 양보해줘라 민서가.
솔로킬 1위가 누군지 아세요?
도란 선수. 그러니까 일단 제가 생각하는 솔로킬은 이제 순수 탑 라인전 1대1에서의 솔로킬이거든요. 근데 도란 선수는 뭔가 딱히 인상 깊게 본 적이 없는 것 같아요.
저번 스프링 때 제우스 선수가 제 타임 재물이 되실 뻔한 걸 아슬아슬하게 잘 피해 가시더라고요. 이번 결승 때는 쉽지 않을 겁니다. 이번 파임 제가 받겠습니다.
콩댄스 좋아하시니까 우승 기록도 2회로 마감시켜드리도록 하겠습니다.
팀라인은 제우스 선수가 더 어울리는 것 같은데 제가 좀 콩댄스 알려드릴까요? 이렇게
조금 더 강해져서 돌아왔기 때문에 저희가 우승할 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
천둥의 신 제우스가 아니라 피카츄로 만들어드리겠습니다.
60 정글을 저가 좀 못 다루는 것 같다라고 생각합니다.
오너 선수 옛날에는 진짜 육식 정글러 이미지였는데 지금은 약간 쪼쪼도 아닌 느낌이 더 강한 것 같아요.
선생님처럼 뭐 초식 정글을 좀 잘 이용하는 것도 맞는 것 같고 근데 일단 또 나이를 좀 드셨기 때문에 이게 좀 반응 이슈가 약간
오너 선수 정글링만 도는 느낌이 항상 강했어가지고 별로 신경 안 쓰고 있습니다. 흑비도 제가 더 잘한다 생각하고
궁극기 스킬은 이제 또 제가 중학교 때 또 야구를 좀 했다 보니까 또 그런 부분에서 이제 또 빠따 치는 거는 제가 좀 더 수월하지 않나.
그러면 열심히 해야죠 제가. 네.
하면서 우승이라는 욕심이 크게 나는 기회라서 그냥 이기고 싶습니다.
이제 우승을 하다 보면 굉장히 자신감에 차고 다음에도 우승할 수 있을 거라고 생각하지만 하면서 우승 같은 경우에 그만큼 하기 어렵기 때문에 잘 하셔야 될 것 같습니다.
상당히 일리가 있는 말인데 전 자신 있습니다.
4년 전에도 이제 투비 선수 상대로 도장 깨기를 성공하면서 우승했었는데 이번에도 분위기가 좋기 때문에 똑같은 그런 상황을 만들 수 있게 노력하겠습니다.
아니, 어떻게 이제 도장 깨기라는 그런 안 좋은 기억을 또 꺼내셔서 근데 저는 그때랑 다르게 많이 잘해줬기 때문에 못 깨게 하겠습니다 그냥.
막
스프링 때 페이지 선수가 파이널 MVP를 받았는데 순했죠. 짜증나고. 이번 썸머 파이널 MVP는 제가 받겠습니다.
이번 결승은 저희가 이길 거고요.
저한테 알리스타 한 번 더 주면은 더 좋은 모습 또 보여드릴게요.
뭐 근데 사실 알리스나 라칸 같은 챔피언은 한계가 정해져 있다 생각해서
딜라이트 선수의 알리스타는 송아지 정도면 캐리아 선수는 미노타우루스 정도.
구마시 제리는 이쑤시개인데요. 저희 페이지 선수 제리는 죽순이래요.
페이지 선수가 죽순이라는 별명을 가지고 있는데 제가 한번 후바오가 돼가지고 몰아 뜯어보겠습니다.
후바오 느낌 있는 것 같기도 한데요.
후바오가 간다.
사실 각오는 딱히 없어요. 그냥 이기는 것밖에 생각 안 합니다.
이번에 3연속 우승 꼭 하도록 하겠습니다.
스프링 때는 저희가 승자조로 올라가서 결승에서 기다렸었는데 이번에는 그 구도가 반대가 돼가지고
열심히 준비해서 11번째 우승 만들어 보겠습니다.
Greetings, one and all, and welcome to the 2023 LCK Summer Udi Bank 1 Grand Finals. I am Valdez. With me is Wolf and Chronicler here on this wonderful day. We do have Gen G going up against T1 again, and that opening was just amazing, guys, wasn't it?
It really was, and this is the type of rivalry that you wish you had in your sports league, that you wish you had in your esports league, that you wish you had in your region, but we only get it here in the LCK. These teams meeting up back to back to back in these critical best of fives, and it's hard to say who's going to lift the trophy here at the end of summer.
And particularly after seeing them also meet internationally, right? As we saw at MSI, it was also an incredible series. I can only hope that today will give us some of those fireworks. And with the form that T1 seems to be in right now, I don't think it'll be an easy fight for Gen G to defend the title.
One thing I can say is that predictions are going to be all over the place. I don't think it's going to be like in the past, perhaps, even though these guys have met up so many times. Let's take a look at the predictions right now. Starting with the Korean side, they are actually leaning towards T1, although all of those predictions rather are 3-2. As you see on the global side, we did slightly go towards Gen G, even more so than the Korean side.
Yeah, Chronicler and I are both linked on those 3-2 predictions. I think there is a very good chance it's going to 5. It has every series for T1 except the D+1. And I think on a stage like this, you know, with that momentum T1's got, they could definitely bring us to that final game.
And that's the big question we saw yesterday as well, that the first few games are by no means an indication of what is going to happen. I think many of us, including me, after the first 2 games were like, this series is looking done. And then what it turned out to be was something entirely different. As naturally, the fan prediction gonna favor T1.
Yep, that's just the way it goes. And predictions are one thing, but I do feel like this season, more than any other season, has kind of left us wondering, you know, what do the predictions really mean? A lot of our expectations have been broken time and time again, starting with T1 making their big run, going through KT, going up against Gen G in the upper bracket and getting so close to winning that Game 5 and the automatic seat in the Grand Finals. Thankfully they didn't, because we got that awesome series yesterday, I suppose.
Now Gen G did, of course, have the advantage of playing way fewer games. They have a lot more data to study. They also will have side selection going into this final best of 5. But that being said, T1 will, of course, have the advantage of already playing in front of this crowd and playing on the stage. With the additional games they've played, Faker has leveled up each and every best of 5. They've played 19 games in playoffs compared to Gen G's 8, so double the amount of games here on this patch, double the experience, and all of those going to those late game 5-game series, including theirs against Gen G, means that they've been in several high pressure situations already.
And for T1 to actually get the win today would also be them finally shaking off what has been cursing them over the last 2 years. So many finals, but only the first one they were actually able to win, and that's always going to remain relevant here. And I'm going to be looking towards the mid-jungle, because if you told me coming to the KT series, Zay is outperforming Keen after the first series, could have seen that. Bot lane the same. But the fact that Faker was playing as well as he did was a really, really big surprise to me. Not because we don't see his impact in the team fights, we don't see his impact on the rest of the players, but specifically the laning. And if he can do that against BDD, if he can neutralize that Chovy Peanut 1-2, that's what Gen G has relied on and why they've been so dominant over the last 2 years.
And Faker, he has built such a legacy for himself. He's looking for what we call V11, his 11th LCK title. And to do it with the storyline we've already shown with his injury, his recovery, this team being 5th place and finding their way all the way to the finals. This org has done it before. It would be incredible if they could stop Gen G for the 3-peat now.
It's not going to be easy, but certainly a lot of people have faith in them after their run. And we are running straight into the draft here for game number 1 with our very wonderful new setup we got here. Xayah immediately bans. No more of that for Guma, especially after game 5 yesterday.
The support bans continue here for T1. Looks like it might not have been a read that it was a specifically Lehen style they want to do. They want to thin the pool of Delight here as well. Nico also taken away from Faker rather than the Azir ban. We'll see if they do go for both.
I'm also wondering if we are going to again see T1 actually go back to specifically the Lulu. Was a really big part. The lane dominance it provided was one of the big reasons why Aiming and Lahens in particular couldn't really play the game the way they wanted. Lahens really being kind of kept in lane and not having the impact outside the lane was a big part of why KT didn't get to play their usual game. And we have seen that specifically in the 2v2, Paze and Delight have struggled. When we get to team fights, I don't think that there's any qualms. As we do see, indeed, as you mentioned, Wolf, the Azir still getting taken off here. And I think that's a great call after yesterday's series.
Yeah, Faker was allowed to play Azir 9 times in playoffs. It was his most played, and the 10th, we were still waiting for that one. I don't know if it's going to happen, as Yone also denied here from Chovy. And I think this is wise considering that Sejuani is available here. And they're going to go ahead and first pick Paze's Zeri here. We've seen this priority already here in this finals weekend, but I think for Paze, it's definitely warranted.
Yeah, and Paze, kind of known as the bamboo shoot because he is growing up so fast. That's why they were comparing him to pandas before during the trash talk. We do get Owner jumping onto the Maokai alongside of the Aatrox that Zeus was so good on.
And Maokai, incredibly strong pick. We've really been seeing it go towards the ban list more and more. Yesterday's series as well was a really big part of why T1 was able to win those games early on very decisively together with the Azir. And Genji is still going to opt into the Rakan. Now, Sejuani by itself, I think there's a lot of picks that work with it. Although letting Zeus get his Aatrox after yesterday's series is definitely a gamble. But I'm wondering if this means that Genji is 100% going to ban away the Lulu. I love the light on Rakan, don't get me wrong. But with this setup, you can't really afford to get pushed back in lane.
Yeah, very risky too into the Maokai. Setting up for engages will not be easy, or a very fragile support into now the Jace, as well as the Aatrox. 2 champions that could really benefit from getting that first pick on an engaged support that's squishy and proccing those Dust Blades. We will see the Jax taken away here, obviously with Sejuani on the board. And I think for the side of Genji here, could try to now thin out the 80 carry pool for Gumayusi. They could have prioritized something like an Aphelios here for front to back after, you know, the 3rd pick came through there, but they opted into the Jace instead. The Lulu that you mentioned will be taken off the board here, which does weaken said Aphelios pick if it is going to come through.
And Ari also taken away here. Kind of wondering what direction Chovy wants to go in. Expecting to see a pickup for Guma here. Try and use the flexibility of Keria. And let's not forget the Maokai can also still be flexed as Guma goes back to one of his comfort picks. Was banned repeatedly yesterday. We didn't end up actually seeing it, but definitely a clear sign that T1 wants to try and punish this Zeri very early on. Is okay, the Camille coming in here with the Sejuani. That is a very strong 1-2 towards the top side of the map, but leaves me a little worried for bot side, because if you play towards that Camille against Lucianami, that's a risk.
And what saves it for me a little bit is the fact that they do have this Talia, because they can make an impact in bottom lane with this roaming mid. Weaver's Wall can send you down there pretty quickly as long as you're able to maintain decent prio here into Faker's Jace. So Chovy can make an impact top side and bottom side, so he can play cleanup if things are looking like they're on fire down there for Paze and Delight in the 2v2 isolated. But on the top side as well, Doran should be able to, with this Sejuani, push in and get some advantages. So it feels like this is the answer that Genji have prepared to the Aatrox that is now given to Zeus an 8th time here in playoffs. He's played it so much, it's his most played. He's been able to blind it. He has very rarely gone punished on this pick. But Genji, they've got a great response here in this first game. I think a lot of this is going to come down to how much of an impact Chovy can make outside of his lane in the early game. And if he can do it, it's just another testament to how much growth we've seen of this player throughout the past few seasons.
Absolutely. I feel like this is a great way to kick off the series already. I like that Genji, a lot of focus on the bottom lane. You know, you get that Zeri for Paze, you get the Rakan for Delight. They're saying, hey, let's make this about Paze and Delight once again. Let's get them to carry. And also, we got like a big groan of surprise almost from the crowd when Faker picked Jace, because that's what he was playing, and even Poby himself was playing. That's the pick that T1 have not gotten a lot of success with in general, regardless of who is piloting the mid lane.
Also curious about this Nami. Don't forget the interaction with the passive evolution. One of the big reasons why this duo was so strong for years had been removed on 13-12. We'll see if Keria still gets to have the same impact.
It's going to be a really big deal there in the bottom 2v2.
Absolutely, pretty huge. But guys, it looks like we're ready to hop onto the Rift for game number 1. Let's do it right now. The fans out in force once again tonight. They were incredibly loud yesterday and definitely in favor of T1, as it generally is, the big fan base that they have. But today definitely evened out a little bit more as the Gen G fans do pile in for the finals, as they're kind of getting used to their team being in the finals and winning a bunch.
T1 has a fan base that is arguably the most legendary and most vocal in esports, but Gen G, I think, have really increased their fan base over the last consistent years of play, as Gen G, since 2021, only missing that 21 summer finals, have been in the rest of them. It's just been such consistent form we've seen from Gen G, and they've earned so many fans throughout those dominant years across multiple rosters.
As we do see, fighting for the early lane here, Keria trying to look to get a W on pace. Not going to be the case, but early trading coming in hot here.
Yeah, trying to get on top of Keria here. And, you know, we talked about the Lucian Nami. I think the Nami is fine just as straight up enchanter support. You don't even need to use it as the Lu Nami that we used to always see. It's just going to have a good lane into poking out the Zeri, into dealing with the Rakan early. And you can see that Guma and Keria are already putting on the pressure.
And also the interaction with the knockup for Rakan allows you to, if you can predict it correctly, get a bubble right on top of the Rakan engage. If you can predict it and react quickly enough, there's a nice interaction you can have there, of course, with the Nami, and the sustain it's going to provide just with the heal alone here is going to be very annoying to deal with here. You see level 2 hit first. And over here on top side, this matchup has been pretty bad for Aatrox historically.
And it's not a pick that we've seen. I think it's 13-15. Camille actually gets a pretty sizable buff, as Doran unfortunately doesn't get the cannon. Thank you for the zoom in. Where she gets a considerable amount of extra damage within her ultimate. Am I looking for a dive on Zeus here?
Yeah, it's looking pretty good, actually. Let's see how Zeus deals with it. Puts in the Q3 into Peanut, who just dashes away and says, actually, you know what, never mind. I don't want to go for that play.
Yeah, they were so close to getting him when he was only level 2, but with 3 up and the chains coming through, just going to have to get out of dodge. That's not what you want.
Yeah, the light's getting in there, and he's getting punished for every single time he tries to make a move in this lane. And that's why they win for the Lucian Nami.
And this is also what we talked about in draft. I think for Peanut, it's understandably one of the big pieces of criticism we had for KT yesterday was that they drafted Sejuani and then never attempted to actually bully Zeus on the Aatrox. Aatrox's early laning phase still is relatively weak, and it's kind of where you want to punish him.
Okay, Faker.
Nice.
Gonna get burst to smithereens. Doesn't die, but not a good trade for him.
It's a little bit of burst there from Chovy. But the moment that Peanut shows up, it is also a green card for Gumayushi and Keria to just continue shoving, go in for these really aggressive 2v2 trades, and maintain a maximum amount of pressure. And particularly with Blade on top side not actually working out, means that Paze and the Light really need to keep their wits about them, not to get taken too low and end up in dive territory themselves.
Yeah, you're exactly right. The wards that you see placed here actually for Gen G on top side, after Faker gets pushed back, he doesn't actually get taken out or anything like that. Doesn't have to use summoners. He's not, you know, going back for an early back, losing teleport or anything like that super early. But it does give them the space to actually get some warding up here. So now that they have that extra vision, Doran can push up. He sees Owner here, now backs off in the lane. Gen G playing really well around that early vision they set up, and it is going to be Peanut going bottom side.
Ooh. Okay, Doran going to be interrupted. Might matter a bit more in the future if we do get into any other bigger skirmishes. As Chovy's Talia, it's really nice to see this out here once again. I believe he played it once in the playoffs, and then the teams were like, nah, never again. You're not allowed to play this pick, actually. You're too good at it.
It's one of those picks as well that came up as a specific counter. We saw it into Azir, but then teams realized, hey, this is great. And that's how Alistair went from a rel counter to just being perma-banned. What I also think is interesting, with the knowledge that they have on topside, plus the ward placed by Chovy, T1 actually, or rather Gen G, have done a really good job of tracking Owner, as Peanut will now spot the ward here. And that does mean that Peanut should have the option to cover here, make sure the Pays in the light don't get dove pre-first back, because if you do start snowballing on this Lucian, it becomes very hard to play the game out.
Yeah, it's just really great vision control. Did it top side, now going bottom side. Guma is going to see Peanut here. This is quite critical. He's very low on mana. We'll be able to get out of here, and is going to see the Sejuani leaving. They're just going to stick around here a little bit longer, but the vision control here for Gen G has allowed them to, as we talked about pre-Talia here, pre-6, still have relevance bottom and top.
Okay, we have Faker here, actually, and the second they see him, they're like, actually, Keria was just baiting that very nicely. A pretty proactive maneuver there from Faker on the map. Does mean that Chovy gets the push in here, but may have saved Keria's life.
Also allows Doran a little bit more freedom here on the top side, but he's not having a great time.
He's picking some sweet spots. He's going to have to hookshot out of here. Doesn't have to flash, but Zaya's making it clear, okay, I got a couple items, I'm good.
Yeah, key thing there is Doran hasn't actually backed yet, so we'll be able to teleport back to his lane as Faker.
Uh-oh. Let's see what happens to him. Seismic Shove is going to miss. Peanut not going to flash in on that one, as Faker just runs it off and will be okay.
Phase rush, going to be all right. Doesn't have to flash. And as you mentioned, Chronicler, it's very critical. Doran did not use his teleport yet, has now. So we'll have a small lane advantage. Zaya's going to walk it back. And this game has been very much just a kind of ping-pong game around top side, bottom side here. The bot was the focus here of this last set of plays. And Chovy knew that with the vision control they had and Peanut being there faster, they could actually push that wave in mid. He didn't need to come down and help. Now he's got his Weaver's Wall. Another shove.
Yeah, Faker just kind of being harassed here in mid, but he's holding his own. Just doing Faker things once again. Just being very aggressive, sometimes getting caught out, sometimes dodging 5 ganks, and other times getting ganked himself.
Keria actually pulling the wave there means that, I wonder if he was going to go for a roam timer. Is of course playing Nami, not something like a Nautilus where you do have a lot of offensive threat, kind of need the setup. Doesn't look like he'll actually end up going for it, but does mean that Guma is going to have the lane in a very nice spot. As again, this has been something that they've been very consistently doing, keeping track of Owner, and it means that they also identify the opportunity to get an early Drake here. Let's not forget Gen G prioritizing those early Drakes over everything here in the playoffs.
Gen G have been so oppressive when they can get these small advantages, and that is exactly what we're seeing here. Push that deep vision control so that a small advantage in mid here for Chovy means you get Dragon guaranteed. You know there's no contest. You know Owner 6 is coming up soon. If he shows up there, it's going to be a totally different story, but when you're able to track him that deep on Krugs even, as Doran is able to do there, it's pretty easy to then set up for this early Dragon control. It is Chemtech into Mountain, so a lot of really strong souls available here, so this is going to be potentially a huge lead here for Gen G, as now the Herald on the other side is started up, and it looks like Gen G have no intention of contesting.
Yeah, there is the opportunity for for T1 here to really accelerate the gold lead. They're already sitting on about 300. If they can make a big play off of this Herald, and I assume they will try to play towards that bot side, maybe get Guma even further ahead. He's gone for Dirk and Pickaxe. So very, very aggressive buys early on. Peanut might be able to get a blue buff here, but T1 still going to take that trade. But I am wondering, how are they going to be able to use the Herald? Because with Maokai in particular, a Herald push can become lethal very, very quickly. Throw a wave on top of it, have Guma go in as well. If they can get a kill or two, they can start snowballing the game.
Yeah, like you're saying, it comes down to the setup. Speaking of setup, we got Doran, who has trapped Zeus in the Hex Tech. And here is Chovy as well, gets up to the top side as a flash even is going to come out of Zeus. He's trying to survive here, but will not be able to. No more sweet spots come in. That's first blood over to Chovy.
And here's the Talia power already here. Chovy doesn't have to use teleport. It comes back up. He's able to get back to mid here. Won't lose too many minions. Comes up top side, cuts off that Aatrox, so Doran's hookshot coming through. And this is really looking good here. Now, on the bottom side, they are going to try to accelerate Guma, but it's not going to be a dive they can actually turn into kills. And what T1 wants so desperately is for this early game.
Yeah, you got a little play here, a little scrum going on, but it's just going to be getting some space for 2 plays.
And as Chronicle was mentioning, what T1 really want, if they could do this with the Herald, is to set up a dive here where they have a numbers advantage with the Nature's Grasp coming through. You get Faker, an extra item here, an early Dirk. You get this Lucian accelerated, and then the mid game becomes so much easier to pilot. They still get some plates for this Lucian, but it's not the massive advantage they were hoping for.
Little play here. Let's see if Faker can just run it off again. Yes, he will. Talia still having that burst, but not going to overchase.
Yeah, Talia really needing at least the first item before you do a lot as in Delight goes.
Oh, we got the calling coming out here. Delight not able to get over that wall. He's just running away. And we're having so much action already with just the one kill.
And heal is going to be used there for carry out, but they will be able to probably force at least the back from Delight, maybe pick up a plate as well. We'll see. Looks like they are not going to go for that, instead go for the back. I'm sure Guma's sitting a lot of gold, but what I love there is an aggressive use of teleport there from Gen G, right? Doran has his ultimate, Chovy ults towards top, then immediately TP's back, and because Peanut is preemptively responding to the cross map that they know that T1 is going to try and set up, and Chovy is already in mid, even if Faker would come down to try and force a 4 versus 3, the response from Talia can be there. And now we see a lot of attention still towards his top side.
All right, that ward spotted him going in. They want to set something up. Peria is coming up to the top lane, but let's see just how many Gen G members are going to be here. We got 4, but it looks like T1 is able to respond to it in time and just back away.
Now, Faker has been able to get a little bit of plate gold here in mid and does maintain a small CS advantage despite the pressure, despite the shoves coming through. He even traded a lot of his health bar to get that last plate because he knows that he needs to get this lethality Jace online ASAP. They weren't able to get any plate gold with the Herald, but he's been able to do it on his own. And he has really been the only one who's absorbing the pressure here from Gen G. But it's not enough of an advantage here with those plates just yet for you to feel like Jace is going to be in a position to contest some of these mid-game Drakes, for example, where he's able to actually get decent poke off before Zeri's actually relevant. As Ona's going to commit the ult.
Yeah, Doran doesn't have flash. He does have the Hextech ultimatum, but he doesn't have his life anymore. The hook shot not going to work out. Okay, he's going to use it and just get Bramble Smash in the face. His owner will take that kill into his pocket.
Really nice move here from the side of Owner. Lurked around the top side for a while. Peanut's going to come up here and deny this plate, but the successful gank does go off. Unfortunately for T1, the gold does not go, at least the majority of it, to the Aatrox.
And Peanut there to make sure that not too much is going to get lost. Doran will be able to TP back to lane, but still good to see Owner making proactive moves, ensuring that Doran doesn't actually just get to keep harassing Zeus in a 1v1. He was also, I think, sitting on Sunderer already, so was going to be looking to trade aggressively. Also want to highlight, Guma went for Collector first, like particularly with First Strike, the amount of damage that he's going to be able to pump out in a very short amount of time. Most notably, if Owner can set up for him right, give him access to his passive, is going to be completely ridiculous on anyone that isn't Peanut, who already has started stacking these defensive stats.
Now, FaZe does have the Shiv, so that's going to be a wave clear advantage here in mid, and they should be able to take away this prio from T1. And the problem with this early index into the Collector here, of course, with the Jace lethality coming online here for Faker as well, is that this Mountain Drake is going to get so much insane value. They're also running that tanky Sejuani frontline, and so while it is very strong early, like you mentioned, you have that explosive power on this Lucian. If Gen G just don't give you an opportunity to set up to look for those potential picks, you also don't have that Gale Force execute. You really have to be set up for success, and outside of the Nature's Grasp, there isn't really a great tool here for T1 to get Guma into position to actually secure those kills with the damage he's got.
It's just a very interesting game already. I mean, there hasn't been a lot of kills, but it does feel like both teams are, you know, dealing some punches to either side. T1 with the slight lead here, but a couple of Drakes in the pocket of Gen G as we have Cloud Soul, which it's really going to make things go a lot faster for either team that gets the Dragons, but also just the Rift. You know, both sides going to be looking to engage pretty heavily.
And for me, the next 10-15 minutes is where I'm really looking for T1 to explosively try and push leads and fight Zeus.
Zeus is like, oh crap, I am maybe dead here. He's gonna flash. Let's see if it works out as the sweet spot is just gonna be dodged, and Doran will help pick up that kill. Chovy 2-0 now on his Talia.
Great uses of the Hextech ultimatum there in that final moment, as FaZe should just be able to walk this one out, see if they can get the whole turret. Delight's here to help.
He's over the wall. He's going to clean out the wave as a double bubble comes in. Here's Toby just surfing on in, looking for the play as they knock up Peria down he goes, and now T1 gonna look to run away from this one as Owner doesn't even have to flash. Meanwhile, Doran's getting the turret.
And it's another example of Chovy sideline impact. Faker will, I think, be able to get the first turret blood, so at least when it comes to gold, T1 staying relevant as Zeus is going to try and chase this.
No World Ender.
Flash available. I don't think he gets him.
Yeah, not even going to root him down, but that's okay. He's still got the wave there that he will pick up.
But what happened there, T1 have Collector and double Duskblade, so they really want to try and look for a play. Instead, Gen G aggressively collapsed onto Zeus, who's been such a big part of T1's wins on this Aatrox, take him down, and then use the level 2 ultimate available from Chovy to punish T1, who feel very safe. You have Wave, you have Maokai ultimate, but they dodge it all.
And the second that the bottom side play starts to show, T1 instantly ping mid. They instantly collapse in to try to take that turret out, but Gen G are just faster. And every teleport from Chovy has made a massive impact on the Rift. As that's a decent amount of damage, and that might help you secure Herald, but it's not going to lead to a kill here. Gen G taking a gold lead for a brief moment here. It's so even right now, but T1 just aren't getting the team fights they're looking for with these early lethality items. And this is problematic. It is a Cloud Soul here that is going to be unlocked for Gen G if they get this next Soul point. That's the threat that they're looking for, but Gen G just not missing a beat across the map right now. And even though Faker has been able to push when these advantages are being found in bottom, in top side, it hasn't led to him being able to use that gold for a team fight. We haven't had a traditional 5v5 where Faker could set up for poke. Gen G are just out macroing with this Taliyah pick. He went Ludens as well, so he's got so much burst.
Yeah, the upfront burst that's available here to Chovy is incredible as Faker.
Here we go again. I mean, this is the same kind of gang. We got a teleport now from Doran as Hextech ultimatums, and Faker just can't get away as this Camille is just being a huge thorn in the side of T1 right now as they set up yet another pick. And like you were saying, Wolf, T1 gonna try to get something going in mid. They do have 4 guys here, but 3 to answer on the side of Gen G. This time, nope, not even gonna be able to do a scratch to that turret.
And right now, T1 are being read like a book. Gen G, their proactive plays, that's one thing, right? Being able to settle the ganks with the Camille ultimate is kind of a classic, but then being able to preemptively predict whatever T1's going to try next, as they're not done.
Imagine being Zeus trying to play this game right now. Like, he can't get away from the Gen G members as he is doing an incredible amount of damage. And now Gen G are looking to get turned on here, actually, as there is no way for Doran. He is going to hook shot, but he gets knocked out of midair, and that will be the end of him. Chovy also having to flash away, but you're not getting away from Maokai, as he is going to look to take down this kill. It's actually Peria who gets it out of anyone, and T1 with a very nice response this time.
So finally they're able to answer one of these aggressive plays, because up until this moment, T1 had just been getting dominated on both sides of the map. I mean, it was just Gen G beating them once and then beating them twice and then beating them a third time cross map. But this time, it is finally shut down, and T1 will take back control of the gold lead. And critically here, Faker obviously is able to buy a decent amount of time, but he's just going to go down. And then in this follow-up, which is where things get really disastrous for Gen G, they stick around too long here, and Doran also fails the flash over the wall. Azaius, look at how much he's able to buy here for the rest of the squad to come over. Owner also with the Maokai ultimate from so far away gets double root here. Peanuts over the wall, he knows this one's done. Then Doran, he messes this one up. Nami's here as well to help slow Chovy down.
We got a fight brewing right now. We got this Cloud Drake that is about to go the way of Gen G as ults are being thrown into Owner as they do get some space, but Doran might just go down, but a big game comes in from Galai to open up this fight as Gen G now running straight at them. Zeus trying to go 1v5. He's going to be shut down as that's a kill into the hands of Doran.
And we do see T1, after such a good play on top side from Zeus, I think in particular, able to cancel the hook shot, then dodge away from the seismic shove, and then Faker with the cancel on Doran's hook shot over the wall. But Gen G recuperate from that play, make their way back towards the Dragon Pit, set themselves up for soul points, and then initially you see Doran go in there and you're a little bit worried, right? This is into a Maokai, the Peanut ult doesn't actually hit, but the follow-up from Delight here, absolutely incredible, pays, sees an opportunity and goes in.
Yeah, and it's just really simple front to back from there. Zayas tries to come in here, maybe get a Dust Blade reset, but he's isolated alone. And Faker, as he has been doing a lot of this finals week, it is going to be able to get some turret damage done in return, but that's not going to be the impactful gold he was looking for. And T1, you know, the fight looked like maybe they were going to be able to front to back it there, but the follow-up from Rakan is just so massive. And in typical T1 fashion, 20-minute Baron, they think they have the damage, and they got choke point control here with Nami.
Not even surprising at this point, but your damage is not going to be that great on this objective. And the second that Gen.G see you, you have to try to get away, which is not that easy against this comp. But Gen.G are going to let them go for now.
What's really important is that looking at the Baron damage from T1 is pretty lackluster, right? You don't have something like a Kai'Sa and a Zir that can shred through it quickly. There is still a lot of power though for T1 looking at the items they have, but if you don't take control of this game in the next 10 minutes...
Okay, Faker doesn't have flash because he flashed after throwing a Herald into mid, and that should be the end of him, as that will be a kill given once again over to Pace, who is 3-0.
This area is well and truly starting to snowball, and this should be the Baron start here for Gen.G. Keria didn't use his ultimate in the last fight. That's what they're going to have to rely on here. Owner as well with his Nature's Grasp. They just don't have damage here, not at all, not enough to contest. Teleport committed. They're going to try for this.
Yeah, let's see how it goes. So you got Teleport now coming in from Doran. He is a bit away from the team, but the damage is slow at this point in the game as the poke now from Guma does come in. The wave as well. Zeus trying to set something up, but they just immediately turn off him. He has to flash the wall as Guma goes in and immediately gets blown up, but it's stolen by Owner, who takes it down right away here in game number 1. Now they're all going to get massacred in this pit, but the steal at least does come through, I guess.
It's still a huge win here for Gen.G, obviously, but at least T1 are able to deny the Baron, and they will have just 2 left on their side, as Faker is going to be able to try to deny this push in. But ultimately, this map is now opened up by Gen.G, not with the Baron buff, but just with the win in the team fight.
It's only Keria. Faker actually like 2 seconds off, doesn't end up getting the Baron buff, which means still has the wave clear to hold it down mid, but not going to be enough. And this Talia has been so incredibly important. The wall off, the opportunity to set up these proactive plays. And then, yeah, Peanut finds Faker. He ends up going down immediately. And then the only thing that's riskier for Gen.G is either a flip or Doran not being there in time. Doran is able to make it back, but it's really hard to actually deny access to the pit with the Maokai ultimate. So it ends up being a flip. But getting 3 kills, only having a buff on Keria, plus getting map control, I think you still take it as Gen.G.
Absolutely. They have a really strong double side lane threat here in Talia and Camille. Zeri with Shiv is just the best AD carry you could pretty much have in this meta in terms of 1-3-1 right now. So it's really easy for Gen.G now to just say, well, you're not getting anything out of the Baron you stole. We can now set up for Soul here. It's fairly early, going to be about 24 minutes into the game. And when you're running Talia and Camille, Cloud Soul, Zeri as well, Cloud Soul is arguably the strongest one you're ever going to get. So things looking very dire here for T1, and they need a miracle set of poke to land and some really nice Dust Blade resets if they're ever going to win a fight for the rest of this game.
It's not looking very likely. You know, they went for the Lucian. It was looking good early on, but as you guys have been highlighting, T1 have not really been able to get a foundation going, any kind of lead at all, and Gen.G are just 1 step ahead. Their comp just chases so well, and now that they have control of the game, it's kind of like they're being hunted right now, T1, in this case.
And you're playing double Duskblade, full lethality Aatrox, and Collector Lucian into a team that's gonna itemize fully against... Look, like Sejuani, but look at Doran as well. He went Death Stand second. He's going to be so tanky in these fights. Good poke landing from T1 though, but this is basically a must-win. Giving over a Zeri or a Cloud Soul to Zeri, not something you want to do.
Even the Light has Radiant Virtue. Like, you're not dealing damage.
They can't slow this down either. They need to somehow slow it. And look at the Weaver's Wall, just going to deny them entry.
Whoa! He's just going to flash over. Owner desperate to get in. He's not going to steal one this time as FaZe gets into the pit. We do have a chance as Doran is knocked out of midair. And Gen.G trying to fight their way out of this one. Delight has an angle, does knock up 2, and the damage might just be there for the side of Gen.G as Guma is just being hounded down. And Gen.G are chasing them like hyenas in a pack just looking to take them down. Toby is going to be hustled here by Faker as the damage trying to be put into Peanut. They're desperate for anything at this point, as Faker will get the one, but it is not looking good. They are being hounded down here by FaZe. Keria as well will bite the dust, and Faker will come next. It's a double here once again for FaZe.
And the Cloud Soul goes to Gen G, and if that wasn't enough, they then dunk on the team fight. This Camille from Doran is such a big brain move, comes out of nowhere. Traditionally works obviously very well with the Sejuani, with the way that you can proc the Permafrost, but it's the ultimates and the way that Gen G have played towards their top side that have worked out amazingly here in this game number 1.
And the Weaver's Wall here allows Gen G to win this fight here without actually dealing with a lot of poke. They just slow T1's engage, and then they have a fed Zeri here in the pit. There's no access for any of the T1 members. And Faker, if he can get this one reset, he gets on top of FaZe, it's a different story. But they're not able to do so here. Look at Doran just pushing Guma out of this fight. Zeus goes down as well. Then Faker, with this much lethality, thinks maybe if I get a pick, I've got enough damage. If I take Chovy out here, I get that Dustblade reset. Then maybe I can kill Delight, get another one, and then take out Peanut. It's a very wise choice, and he's so close to pulling it off. But because he commits here, it's a full wipe, and it looks like this is probably the last nail in the coffin here in this first game for T1.
Yeah, I think you have to go for that, because at that point, like, the game is already in complete shambles. Maybe you can get a flip play going. Not the case, though. And now Gen G have Cloud Soul. A 9-0 for Zeri. A perfect game, Peanut. And this game, like in these type of positions, Gen G have been so incredibly consistent this split. If this was spring, I'm like, maybe Peanut walks into a brush, but he hasn't done that for the entirety of summer.
Yeah, you take a look at the AD carry diff at this point in time. The Lucian has not worked out for the side of T1. Got a little lead early, as it should, with Lucianami, but since then has not been able to have the same impact. And you think about the pocket pick difference between KT and Gen G, right? We saw like Sin, Xerath in game 1. That didn't work at all for KT. T1 were able to answer that. Think about this. We got Doran on Camille, who we haven't seen for so long, like consistency at least, consistently. And then you got Talia back here for Chovy, and T1, they're just not able to match them in a macro sense at all, comparing to yesterday.
Is he going Frozen Heart?
I mean, he might, because it's triple lethality, and I mean, he just doesn't have to do that much damage. He's going to do a lot because he's Camille, but he really just is engaged at this point for the follow-up, for the Zeri, for the Talia. And that's one of the things about this draft that Gen G have in spades is every teleport can be impactful because they have 2 engaged champions here in their solo lanes, whereas for T1, it's Aatrox and Jace, and they just got behind on the macro.
Yeah.
And I mean, now T1, they can't even get access to contest this Baron as Gen G are just looking for a pick. If Talia gets a shove, if Doran gets a Hextech ultimatum on either of these carries, it is just the end of the game. T1 have to respect it, but it means eventually they will get worn down by this Shiv pushing Zeri, and then it's going to be a Baron for Gen G. Lose-lose here for T1.
Well, let's see what their approach looks like, because they have 0 vision. Okay, they put in the blue ward. Now they know what's happening. Will they be there on time is the question, as we got a wall already coming in. Owner is able to get in. He doesn't have flash, though, and he's just zoned away. So unless Zeus, nope, he's not going to get it. That's just going to be Baron over the side of Gen G. And T1, immediately they say, well, didn't work out for us. We got to back away. Gen G running away with this game.
And all they got there was FaZe's stopwatch. That's it. Zeus, you know, threatening, going in, isn't going to end up mattering, and it's game number 1. Gen G looking incredible, because a lot of the fights have felt close. I think T1 have done a great job of keeping the gold relatively even, but then you look at the kill score.
Yeah.
Telling a very different story.
Yeah, and I think the one heroic play we saw from Zeus where he was able to buy enough time and set up for T1 to turn that topside dive just showcases how difficult it is for Aatrox to actually survive or play weak side in a game like this where you're just getting out-rotated by Talia, by Camille. And beyond that, there's just not a lot of tools for them to actually take those fights. Gen G avoided every early fight where early Jace lethality, early lethality on this Lucian is going to be how you could snowball this game. Gen G just played the map instead. And look at FaZe, level 16, Doran level 16, 2 levels up on his opposition at the moment. And it is really just Gen G pushing in to take further advantage, because there's no scaling argument here into the itemization we're seeing from Doran. just not going to happen. FaZe got GA.
Yeah. That stopwatch that was broken, it just got upgraded.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's pretty good, and we are going to have Elder pretty early on in this game, relatively to other games. Because the Dragons were taking 4 of them in a row by Gen G, so let's see how this one goes.
The heart's frozen, guys.
He's done it.
He's doing it. I mean, why not? You're playing into full AD. Might as well. You mentioned, like, Radiant Virtue on the light, Peanut going full armor, Sunfire.
Here we go again. Faker is going to have to flash. And Zeus, he nearly dies. He's just trying to stand here. He's an Aatrox, and now you can't get away from this Camille. So Zeus is going to go down. We got a tidal wave coming in. Faker desperate to keep them around, to get something done. It pays. He has nowhere to go, so he just goes forward. He just takes them out, and T1 can't get away. They all get aced. It's a clean one, and Genji will push down mid for game 1.
Incredible plays here from Gen G. I mean, they're so far ahead, they can afford to make moves like this. FaZe, he knows he has GA. His ultimate is fantastic there. He does tons of damage. And because he has GA, he won't end up dying. 12-0-6 on the Zeri here. It feels very Gen G. FaZe gets Spring MVP last season. It was Ruler who won the first title of the 3 they're looking for on the Zeri last summer. And man, it's just a new generation of Gen G in this first game.
That's it. Game number 1, really heavily in the hands of the Black and Golds here for game number 1. T1 tried to get some stuff going early, and Gen G just smacked them down. And it has been a one-sided affair in this first game.
And that grain on Peanut's face, that's where you don't want him to be. That's
Yeah.
If you're an opponent of Peanut and you see that, you're not going to be feeling good. Now, obviously, after yesterday, we're not going to be drawing any grand conclusions regarding possible outcomes and what will happen. But Gen G deserve full credit. The drafting, I think, a smash hit, denying the Azir, denying the Nico, then also making sure that they have a plan towards this Aatrox that you know is going to come
and
out.
the Xayah, too. So
Yeah.
we get, like, the Lucian to come out here for Guma. It's a bit of a gambit, doesn't work out.
And at the end of the day, like, Faker, when he hasn't been on champions where he can offer utility, offer engage, he has looked much weaker. And Poby obviously was playing Jace with his team when Faker was too injured to play. It didn't work out then. Faker had a really rough game of Jace early on in the playoffs as well. And when you're getting out macroed and it's Talia and Camille, 2 of the best teleport usage champions who can come in and actually make a kill impact, can actually get you map control, Jace just isn't going to offer anything into that. You can't have that miracle dash away, Emperor's Divide, slow and turn. You can't pop blossom your way out of that one. And Faker's just left in the top lane, and he spent most of the game trying to hit turrets, but not actually impacting the map or making any poke happen.
Well, guys, that was game number 1. A pretty interesting one to start us off. We do have Gen G heavily in the lead, at least in terms of mindset, you'd have to say, from that first game. It is just 1-0. We all know what happened yesterday, but let's see if T1 can come back from this and what's going to happen. But first, guys, we'll take a break, and we will have the space to break down that first game. We'll be right back.
나 멀고. 있어, 가운데.
아트로 봐줘.
가자.
아트로 봐줘. 아트 노플. 아트 잡으면 장로야.
네, 맞아요. 보자. 끝까지 봐줘. 나 대사맹 남이고. 남이고 한대 빼고.
마오공 쓴다.
마공 맞았어. 한번 볼게요.
제리 봐줘. 나이스. 앞으로 더
맛있다.
이렇게 더 준대. 어차피 펜타 아니야.
믿어. 칼리한테. 오케이. 나이스. 끝내자. 이거지.
이러기서 내려와. 너무 빨라요. 이러게 케이티가 그 자리 내려와.
저항 없이 이렇게 일방적으로 진 게 많이 아쉽고 그랬던 것 같습니다.
플레이오프 준비 잘해서 정규 시즌 아깝지 않도록 만들고 싶어요.
정규 시즌이 다 이기면 정말 좋은 그런 무대지만 다 이길 수 있는 확률이 되게 엄청 어렵다고 생각해서 이런 패배로 인해 얻는 것들이 좀 더 플레이오프에 도움이 될 것 같습니다.
그냥 들어가요. 이건 못 참죠. 못 참는데. 그냥. 초비가 벽에 밀치고 페이지가 쏟아붓고. 도란이. 또 한 번의 솔로 킬. 젠지 연승 만드네요. 지금 팀 자체 신기록 깨기 일보 직전입니다.
올해 젠지와 유플러스가 만나 여러 파트너십 활동을 이어가고 있는데요. 오늘 결승전에서도 꼭 젠지가 승리하여 3회 연속 우승을 기원하도록 하겠습니다.
젠지와 몬스터가 함께한 지 어느덧 3년이 되어가는데요. 몬스터가 젠지의 3연속 LCK 우승을 기원합니다.
We want to wish Genji the best of luck in the LCK Summer Split Playoffs.
2023 LCK 썸머 드디어 결승만 남겨두고 있습니다.
매번 좋은 결과로 보답해줘서 썸머 지금까지 응원할 힘이 생겼던 것 같습니다.
젠지 정말 응원하고 있습니다. 젠지 미친 포 한번 보여주세요.
젠지가 3회 연속 우승을 달성할 수 있도록 열심히 응원하도록 하겠습니다.
스프링 시즌에 이어 썸머 시즌도 우승하셨으면 좋겠습니다.
젠지가 이번에 3회 연속 우승 달성할 수 있도록 응원하겠습니다.
저희는 대전에서 열심히 응원하겠습니다. 젠지 파이팅!
젠지 파이팅! 젠지 우승 가자!
안녕하세요. 젠지 크리에이터 앰비션입니다. 젠지가 이번에 3회 연속 우승을 노리는데 꼭 우승했으면 좋겠습니다. 여러분들도 함께 외쳐주세요. 깨워봐! 젠지!
미스케 활용이 미쳤는데요. 저 미스케 활용이 정상이 아니었는데요.
야, 알리 방금 미쳤는데?
아빠!
했듯이 이번 썸머까지 우승하면서 3연속 우승을 하고 싶은 욕심이 커가지고
잘해서 우승하도록 하겠습니다. 살면서 대전 처음 가보는데 좋은 걸 남기고 가고 싶은 게 이번 결승전 바람입니다.
프로게이머로서 처음 하는 게 많은데 그래서 그걸 이루는 것 같아서 좋은 것 같습니다.
한타의 젠지 그리고 한타의 도란 한타의 젠지 그 중심 한타의 도란 여기서 피너지 봐요 괜찮아요 초비가 이걸 어드라킬 슬라이드가 중간에서 막았어요 슬라이드 진짜 꿈에 또 나와요 고밸류의 젠지 그렇습니다 끝까지 가면 젠지가 이겨 젠지 4연 결승 진출 그리고 3회 연속 우승에 도전합니다.
And welcome back to the space, everyone. Genji strikes first and takes the game 1 here in our best of 5 of the grand final. And guys, I didn't know what to expect coming in today, but it looks like Genji is still as strong as ever with this first game. No way T1 could come back here. No opportunities at all.
Yeah, kind of showing why they were in the winners bracket and already in the finals.
Yeah.
This was a pretty dominant performance all around from Genji.
I mean, honestly, the first game, I would say the preparation, you know, obviously. Also, it matters for the side selection, as I said even yesterday. Whoever get the blue side first, it's really important the first game you actually win. Otherwise, it's hard to adapt in the next game. So it kind of makes sense for Genji to win, but the thing is, like, in a preparation, as I said, I think there was a lot of gap between there.
Again, it's just game 1, and last time these two teams faced off against each other, it was really one-sided games until the end of the series. And I want to talk about the draft here. Quick draft check, because it is August 2023, right? What is Lucian Nami doing here? How much do we like it?
I hate it. I honestly hate it so much. They nerfed the interaction between the two. They nerfed the damage. They also nerfed the fact you only get on healing and shielding, not buffs, so the E doesn't apply it. And you could see in the game, like, they win lane, sure, but not by enough, and it just falls off from there. Like, you had to stomp with his composition, and the second they fell behind him, like, your AD carry is useless.
Yeah, I was like, are they gonna play like Leo now? Like, that's why the reason why they pick actually Lucian, but like, no! Like, they just bring in Nami. You can't really punish in lane as well against the Rakan Zeri especially. And also, I think I would really want to shout out to Genji. They bring up with the Camille composition with the Sejuani's up, with the Talvia's in it, into even Aatrox and Jace, and Nami, Lucian. Every single 4 champions are so impactful as a Camille. It's incredibly well, the preparation.
I just think it made it impossible for Aatrox to play. You know, it's that old school counter with the Camille, but the fact that you also have the Sejuani for the setup and the Talia to roam, they just put Zaire so far behind, so now you have a bot lane which isn't that effective. You have an Aatrox who's behind. There just really wasn't enough from the draft for T1 from my perspective.
And I would like to focus a bit more on the top lane situation here, because I don't know if you guys saw the trash talk video before the game, but Doran was clearly saying, Zeus, you're not the Thunder God anymore. I'm gonna turn you into Pikachu, which is exactly what he did here.
Yeah, I think the big thing was when we started to see movements coming out from Genji. And this is kind of what we were talking about from the draft, where you have the Talia able to move, and the Camille has been kind of absent from the meta for such a long time, but she's so fantastic at this, getting on top of a target, locking them in place. And that was the first death for Zeus, which is obviously pretty painful, but we saw a follow-up here as well.
Like, as you guys see, like, even though you guys bring like Genji competition, like, sometimes it actually tough to take down the Aatrox. Like, that means like Aatrox win 1v1 against Camille, and like Aatrox has actually opportunity to just snowball, but the thing is, like, this time Camille actually get fed, and also just Chovy, the movement this game in all the action. it's so incredible beautiful.
Yeah, I think they did such a good job of not only shutting down the Aatrox, but when T1 tried to respond with pressure onto the bot lane, they were very quick to answer as well.
I mean, that's the thing. How much did it impact T1's game plan? The fact that Gen.G was striking so hard, especially given the tools that T1 didn't have, I believe.
Yeah, I think it was just over after that point.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing that, like, especially this meta, I always want to think that, like, the advantage on the proactive side as a competition. Like, this is the reason why the poke comp actually kind of falls off. There's more engaging comp, more engaging support. Like, this is the reason why I think the Gen.G actually showing really, really well.
And I think at this point, this is kind of like the last opportunity for T1 to get back into the game. And when they lose this fight, it just ends up being over. It's a phenomenal engagement to like Doran provides the bait with that stopwatch. The follow-up is there. And the big thing to note as well is that Hayes picking up a lot of these kills. You end up with such a substantial lead for the Zeri. And yeah, I think this was really where it was solidified that T1 were in big trouble.
I mean, yeah, and we put an emphasis during the pre-show on the fact that T1 have to be really careful, especially in the early game, because this is when usually Gen.G is going to build the leads that they translate into uncomfortable mid-game. So I expect a different draft, a different approach in the following games if they want to come back. And we're going to take a look at the other highlight that we have here, because, again, T1 players getting picked like this, this is not what you want. They have to be careful.
I mean, for Gen.G, honestly, if you see the against the Camille, Sejuani, Talia, like, this is what I said, like, Jace, Aatrox, Evolution, Nami, like, known champion will actually survive with this comp. Like, it's just for these 4 and even 5 people just look for pick. You can't go for it. You can't do anything. The thing is, like, the maps are so wide for Gen.G.
Just the fact you see them all hopping over the wall there, anything that feels somewhat safe is suddenly dangerous against this composition. And then I think also I want to mention the value of the Rakan. You saw around these objectives, the constant cues to heal people up meant that the pokes and the Jace was ineffective. You know, everyone was able to recover health. The fight starts off, and just a fantastic job of dealing with the threats coming in. Yes, we see Oner get in the pit and get the Baron, but the fight still goes very much in favor of Gen.G.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think understanding of the level on Gen.G, their composition themselves, I think it was a really, really high level.
And I'm just wondering, how much did Gen.G learn from T1 series yesterday? Do you think that, how much do you think T1 can strike back here? And how much does the fact that Gen.G was just looking at their opponent, fighting their lives against KT Rolster, impact the result of these finals and the first game we had right now?
I think they're clearly taken away a lot because we saw the Aatrox be such a massive threat yesterday, and it feels like they left it open, they put it in a position where Zeus is definitely going to pick it, and then they answered it so well. Kind of similar to what T1 did to KT in their first matchup, where they let Keen get the Renekton and answered it. They've played that same trick back against T1.
Yet again, it's just game 1. We'll see how T1 managed to fight back here in game 2, but Gen.G is looking at yet again a 3rd title in a row. It's time for us to satisfy Toadcasters.
Thank you so much, Lore, Ox, and Huni, for breaking that all down for us. Gen.G off to a great start here as the guys who were waiting in the finals, the favorites, waiting for T1, who played an exhausting best-of-5 yesterday, and they've started off very nicely here, have Gen.G.
And that first game is a testament to prep. You knew, not only in the bans, but you knew what T1 was going to pick. The priority on the Aatrox that they showed yesterday that actually works out really well was appropriately punished. For me, in that game number 1, I think there were a lot of highlight plays from multiple players, but it was mostly about Chovy. His impact on Talia walls on the map, the way he was able to use his teleport so aggressively, simultaneously securing leads in sides while also holding down mid and possibly even rotating over to where T1 was threatening, is something that T1 is going to have to find an answer to.
Since T1 started their support bans, they have been reliant on 4 champions in all of their drafts. The Aatrox, the Azir, the Xayah, and the Lulu. Gen.G left open the Aatrox, took away the rest, and then demolished the Aatrox with a fantastic draft where you can collapse on the Aatrox, the Camille, that old counter, fantastic matchup. And it's that prep you're talking about, Chronicle, that really showed in game 1. Now T1 once again will be tested in adaptation. And will we see that Alistar ban continue here is the question. So far, the answer is no.
I'd say it's not a bad idea, but it's rough when Delight has a pick that arguably he's even more famous for, which is Rakan. So, I mean, it's not really as permaban status as Alistar as a champion, but when you talk about Delight himself, it's kind of rough.
I think you can ban the same things here as Gen G. You just take away the Xayah, take away Nico, and take away the Azir. And if they want to prioritize that Aatrox, you still have the answer. Now, T1 may just simply try to put Guma on first pick Zeri and flip the table a little bit here.
I think we're looking towards a first pick Rel here, with already so many of the engage reports taken away. We'll see what Gen G decides to do, or is obviously also flexible. I do agree with sticking with the Azir ban. I think that we saw in the previous game that Faker on the Jace not able to have the same impact. The Cassiopeia incident from yesterday also still fresh in our minds. This Maokai though, I'm never going to complain about. I think a champion is incredible and works in so many different team comps.
Yeah, but I think once again Gen G can grab this Zeri very early on and go Zeri Rakan. Say you may have banned a lot of these other picks and the Rel is still out there, but they'll actually opt into instead here this Sejuani pick. As it's going to be a Aphelios this time around, so T1 just completely changing it up. They'll push that Lulu priority up. Now, you're not going to get that Jace as Faker here again to synergize with the Maokai. Very likely, it's almost certainly going to be banned. And you don't have the Nico, you don't have the Azir, and it's a light Blitzcrank.
Okay,
locked in.
They're just going to lock it in. It's game 2. He's got a big smile on his face. Now, we've seen stuff like this go wrong. So I don't want to say, ooh, this is really cool, it's going to work out, but definitely something that can get ahead of this Aphelios Lulu and not just allow them to sit there and scale.
The fact the crank is at 50% win rate makes complete sense. The champion is binary. Either you hit your hooks or you don't. A really, really big gap between when Blitzcrank looks great and when he can look a little bit rough. But this is specifically a spot where I think it works great. Into both Aphelios and Lulu. Very strong in lane, yes. A lot of offensive and pushing capabilities, but neither of them have a way of easily getting out of a blitz hook, right? It's going to be either really crisp positioning or a flash. And if those are down, might run into some trouble, as we do see the Taliyah respect come through.
Taste
Chovy
gone from Faker. The Gragas ban means I think T1 have to ban Jax here, but then you still have to run into potentially Renekton here. The Camille still an option. You took away the Taliyah here, and I just don't think you want to play into Jax with this composition. There's just a huge threat for your Aphelios. You can, of course, flank the Maokai. The Maokai could be picked by the Blitzcrank, so that is going to get taken away. But the Renekton still stands as a potential threat here. And Chovy's champion pool right now in current form is so massive that, yeah, you took the Taliyah away, but they may just simply lock the Renekton and...
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yone could go into R4 as well.
Yeah, you might want to save counterpick for top, or you take the Aatrox as well. But as you were saying, Wolf, the Renekton's still here. The Renekton working better with the Sejuani, I suppose, but saying, okay, Aatrox is really strong. Doran's going to have his chance to pilot it this time.
And for me, I think this is a concession that Doran has made for this team so many times. And given how Chovy played last game, I think giving him counterpick is 100% the right call. He had such an insane impact, and him neutralizing Faker works on so many levels. Now, Ahri, notoriously hard to shut down. I'm like, are we gonna go all the way back? Are we gonna see Chovy pick out the Lissandra? Is a pick that was really popular into the Ahri. And the Cassandre, not a matchup that we're excited about. We've seen Zeus himself show that if you don't punish the Aatrox early on, he can become a complete menace in mid to late. And Cassandre, not really the type of early power that we're looking for.
Doesn't have a lot of great synergy for the Ahri either, but it is going to be a great front line for this Aphelios if we do go to the late game. The problem is you're already kind of matched by the Zeri on the other side. And Cassandre can't really peel for himself all too well if he does end up getting hooked or caught by Sejuani ult into hook there from the Blitzcrank. So he also has a potential to be deleted early as Chovy will pick the Sylas here into the Ahri, and a pick we have not seen for a long time, but there is so much engage here. There is so much pick on Gen G's side. And if you watch the spring finals, you know that Faker didn't have the greatest Ahri performances then either. And it just feels like Gen G, even though it's a little bit less conventional here, have a draft that works so well together.
And that's really telling here, is that this looks like a spring MSI composition, right? You have the hyper carry, you have double frontline, you have utility mid, and Gen G, I do think that this is the type of comp that either is going to look completely broken or kind of fall apart. because if you do fall behind with a full melee comp with a Blitzcrank, you're going to be in some deep trouble. But that 3v3 in particular, Sejuani combined with Silas, that is a mid-jungle 2v2 that you don't get to make any mistakes in. And if Faker isn't unlocked, like, what are you going to do?
And guess what? You know, something we've said so many times about the Maokai is that his ultimate is so overbearing and so annoying to deal with. But if you just pick Silas, then you have your own Maokai ultimate, and he can just take that, not over and over, of course, but there's so many good ultimates on the other side. Even Ahri's great. The Wild Growth is fantastic to follow up on the engage. There are just so many ways for the Silas to get value, even outside of the fantastic synergy you have with the Sejuani.
I'm not sold that T1 had an answer for this draft here in the second game. Gen.G playing a completely different style. This is not going to be about out-macroing and bullying an Aatrox early. It is just a pick-based composition where you've got so many different ways to get that first reset for the Aatrox here. And I think Gen.G definitely have the much stronger, much more well-rounded draft. If it falls behind, it's going to have problems, but I just can't rely on that happening. If I'm a T1 fan, I'm worried.
We'll see if Guma can maintain his form and the rest of the team can enable him, because it stands or falls with him.
He's going to have to. They don't have a lot of damage outside of him. Let's jump onto the Rift for game number 2. Here we go, game number 2. A lot of finesse in the draft from Gen.G in game 1. Here in game 2, Wolf, you kind of said it, but they took out their big red hammer and might just look to smash T1 over the heads with it. But again, we'll have to wait and see if it works out for them.
KT Rolster showed us yesterday that even if you fall early in a series, you definitely can bring it back if you have the right mindset. And I'm not saying this one is done by any means. We're just crashing minions now here in mid. The win conditions here fairly narrow for T1 with this draft. I think the Silas was such a perfect answer here from Chovy. He's going to get some vision here of the blue start. Will be cleared very deftly here by T1, but he got the information he was looking for.
Also gave Faker the ward kill here in mid, so he should be threatening Chovy, at least in the level 1. Chovy also going for the first strike, so I'm expecting that this is the Q-Max Silas, where you try and play it more like a poke and harass style champion, and we do see Chovy giving up a little bit of early presence here, as is to be expected. Faker already level 2.
Yep, this is the way this is going to go early on. Ahri very good at handling the lane, especially at level 1 with the electrocute and the W start. As you see, Faker 2-1 on the pick. Obviously, he doesn't have a huge selection of games from Summer, at least, but was definitely one of the first big Ahri players when she did get changed.
Certainly true. And there wasn't really a way to play Ahri Vi in this draft unless they had decided to flex the Maokai top, and Faker still locked us in, as he might be in trouble.
Chovy is so low, though, and Peanut is here, so they're trying to set something up at Owner here as well, as level 3 not hit for Chovy, but they just go in on the Faker as the first blood will go to Sejuani, and Chovy gets away. He's just teleporting to safety, and there's not much that Owner can do. He's just trying to take down Peanut, but he can't even do that.
They just straight up outplayed a 2v2 there. Peanut making sure that they can't get on top of Chovy. He didn't even have his W there, right? Didn't have the sustain. One of the big things that makes Silas so threatening, the permafrost appliance there. Picture perfect. And it is going to be Peanut who ends up picking up the kill, but that's going to feel so good for Gen.G.
Certainly is. Now, Chovy also did, use his flash as well, so a little bit less survivable for some potential follow-ups, as we'll watch this here. Chovy chugging through some of that regen here, and then Owner, he buffers the root so beautifully there with the chains, flashes over, so there's not enough damage. There's no vision here for T1. Not that they could kill him anyway, so they just TPs to secure his escape. Owner knows he's likely going to get out, so decides to chase Peanut, but is unsuccessful there. Huge cheers here in the coaching booth. 4 flashes down, but advantage Gen.G.
Yeah, they were a bit concerned at first, as, you know, any normal person would be. But just a bit of an outplay, and they get it going. And the Silas and Sejuani high-fiving for that first blood. as you were mentioning, Wolf, no flash, no teleport even from Chovy, who did use it to get away, even though he didn't technically need it, as we know at the end of the play, but just trying to be as safe as possible, run away with the first blood, and be happy with that. So let's see, as Faker had to use his as well, but definitely could see some more action here in a little bit.
And the pre-6 generally isn't really where you're looking to try and pull ahead as Silas, right? Peanut did get spotted when doing his Gromp, but I'd be looking for a player towards bot side. We'll see if they can force a summoner. Still a lot available here for Guma and Carry as they do spot him. That'll be the end of the play.
Coming up a bit early there, I'd say. But just his presence will actually... Okay, hold up.
I mean, you can still get engaged on as they are looking for this, as the hook will miss, and nothing much is going to come from this, as little lockdown. Delight without his hook isn't much, as we do have Peanut running around, and they do know where Owner is, so he's looking to get a little bit aggressive himself onto the streak.
Still be able to get the Dragon. Very much a nice little mind game played there by Guma. Is able to avoid the hook, doesn't have to use either summoner. But still, advantage Genji here on the bottom side. And Peanut showed that. Should have been a sign for T1. Like, ooh, he's probably still going to be in this area to back off. They didn't. Still at least escape with their lives. And now, a bit of a contest here potentially, and they're going to back off the Drake.
Yeah, Genji trying to cheat tempo there. They spot Owner towards the top side. There isn't really that much for Peanut to do because his bot side jungle is down. And he knows his Raptors have just been taken. There's a lot of vision towards the top half of the map. As Doran, just gets knocked back. But I think really good read there. With Chovy having Cryo, it looked like maybe they were going to be able to do it, but level 4 Sejuani doesn't quite get to do it, even with Silas helping with the permafrost. And T1 definitely doing a good job here in the early pressure with this Lulu and Aphelios.
Yeah, I mean, the first blood went to Genji, but T1 since then have been able to get quite a lot here. They take down a plate. They did stop the Dragon. Looks like mid is going pretty well for Faker after the fact. As we have more skirmishing up on the top side. In goes Doran. Is just going to get all out, and immediately Peanut is here. As so is Owner. Owner looking to get over the wall, but the permafrost is good. As Owner might just have the damage. Doran flashes away, goes back in, gets the kill, outplays them again. As now Owner is left alone 1v2, and he doesn't have his flash. It's so close. It's like 3 seconds, and it's not going to be enough. That's another kill. 2-0 for Doran.
2 kills to the Aatrox here in this early game. And if game 1 was a macro diff, was the ability to rotate around with the Talia, make impacts early on every single lane, it's this time the hands diff that Genji are trying to pull out here in both of these plays. Owner is there. He is with his top laner, but he gets outplayed here. Doran showing his mastery of the Aatrox. We've talked about R5 Aatrox for Doran so many times. It's not picked in R5 this time around, but Zeus critically overstepping here, trying to bait this win because Owner's nearby, but he doesn't have 6, and Doran plays him over the wall here. Chains go out, he flashes, and it goes in, still hits the sweet spot, and that's the double kill here to the Aatrox.
And we talk so often about the Sejuani 2v2, but especially in some of our lower bracket games, we saw the Sejuani picked, and then the only thing it really did was be there in team fights. Not this one. The early skirmishing. Genji are just opting into it completely.
I don't know about this one, Owner. He has his flash this time, but he gets knocked out. Meanwhile, Pays nearly gonna die. He has to flash away, but he still kills Owner as the damage is just not there to get on top of this Zeri. And now Pays is gonna get a kill as well.
And that's the one place you really had a nice lead here is the bottom side. Pays picking up that extra gold here. Isn't going to stop these plates from getting pressured here by Guma. But still, Zeri picking up a kill here. Over-indexing into this fight as well. And Guma picks up 88 gold off of this, but it feels like a consolation prize at this point. 4 kills to 0. 1,000 gold the lead are Genji. And things get tougher from here.
And that's nice timing here.
Pretty good.
On the Silas, yeah. But what's really big to me is game number 1 felt like it was all about Chovy. Game number 2, it's about Peanut and the synergy he has with the side laners. T1, though, still have a decent lead here towards the bottom side of the map, but as soon as that starts falling, they're in deep trouble as Peanut.
Silas is here. Jovi's ready to fight this one. I mean, Owner, he does not have the support right now as he's getting chunked down, and down he will go. Eventually, right? Maybe not actually, as the Wild Growth comes in, and T1, they're going to to punish Gen G for going way too deep is what it ends up being, as we do have the Maokai ultimate stolen. As the Q will come in, Chovy, does he have the W? No, he will not, and he will not be able to take down anyone.
Big bounce back here for T1 in this game. They will take a gold lead, but the kill's going over to the Maokai here critically. Not a 2-0, you're getting on an Aatrox, and this play, this overextension here, as Chovy's not able to make the play happen fast enough to make an impact there with the stolen Nature's Grasp. Gen G, bit of an overextension.
And this will very reminiscent of Peanuts invade towards the red buff. I don't know if you remember in the upper bracket final where like, we got a lead, we can do this now. All this means is that T1 has caught up, will be even in gold. Gen G still are going to be able to get themselves the Rift Herald, but one or two more of those opportunities. And again, I want to highlight, topside falling behind is rough, but it's not the end of the world. This has got to be a tilter, right? Pace barely getting out with his life there. But as long as Guma's in a good spot, which again, he is, this T1 comp can work because the rest is just set up for him.
Yeah, and this is one of those classic T1 moments where you can use the Nature's Grasp here to buy a bunch of time. Faker gets over the wall here. Look at this. Owner flashes. Peanut doesn't have the damage. The charm is there, and Chovy's now left alone because he thought he was going to win this so quickly and so easily, but Guma has that prio bottom side. He gets to rotate over faster, and you're on the wrong side of the map, Peanut, to be hoping you have this much of an advantage. But of course, the kills going over the Maokai isn't the exact place you wanted that gold right now. We'll accelerate that first item, but it's not going to be going to your carries.
Yeah, that it won't, as we do have a setup here on the Dragon. We have Zeus running down the river here as Scout has come to watch the games. Very cool, very cool. Hope he's enjoying this, of course, supporting T1 in this case. As Hazen Delight, very tricky spot here, but Owner is coming down, so yeah, they're just gonna leave that one be for now, although Hook also dodged. Guma just, again, I feel like from the series yesterday, there were a lot of times where Guma would get behind it and he's like, no, we are not losing. I'm going to carry this. I'm getting that kind of feel, that same kind of energy down in the bottom lane. He's trying so many times to make these plays and trying to step up for the team.
He was a true professional yesterday, no matter what. He just would not make a mistake. He would not fail. And then against these hooks, he's not.
Nice little burst coming in onto Pays. He's getting incredibly low as now we have over the wall. Immediately cleanse, but Carrion's gonna get burst down. And that means that Owner can't do much. And again, Pays, low on health, gets away. Meanwhile, 1v1 in mid as double Spirit Rush, always fun to watch. A lot of dashing, a lot of juking, but not much to come from it.
And Pays is forced back here, so it means he'll miss out on some CS, but considering he got a kill, he'll take that anytime. The reason why T1 still relatively even goal is the plates. Outside of top lane, they have been able to consistently push play towards mid, towards the bot side, but we do see these crucial item spikes still coming out for Gen G. And the main issue that I have with the composition that T1 has is if Guma at any point gets caught, the comp falls apart, right? They're so reliant on him, and there's so much threat, as we see here as well.
Yeah, it's just Peanut being here faster, having the heads-up knowledge that it's very likely the Owner being down here on the bottom side, they're going to look for a play like this. He had the right type of guns to actually follow up on the Gravitum there with the high range. He thought he had enough burst, but unfortunately, he ultimately did not, and Peanut comes over with a really well-timed ult, and this is just more money here to the top side. Aatrox, who's already got that Dust Blade here, and they even may set up a dive if Zeus wants to try to contest here.
He's gonna contest all right, and yes, he will stop the push for now, as it is a bit of a top push for Doran and the Aatrox, but a push now on the bottom side. TP coming in from both teams, actually. Flash already from Guma. Now Doran is just on the run. He just goes in a World Ender and says, well, Faker TP'd, so it is going to be worth it for me to just get away. And that they do, no fight to happen.
Peanut didn't have ult to commit topside there with the Rift Herald crashing through. And Doran decides with the prio, he's going to try to make a play happen bottom side there. Good disengage from T1, but they still get the teleport out of Faker, as you mentioned. And now he can just get back up here to top side, Chovy that is. And actually, Peanut's got ult now.
Zeus, I mean, do they have the damage to get into this Cassante as the permafrost? Oh, he will be denied the all-out over the wall, and that should be the end of Zeus eventually. It doesn't matter what champion he's playing, as Chovy will pick up a kill.
And again, Peanut 100% kill participation. We'll see if the cross map works out from T1 though.
Definitely should. They're going to push them off of the mid turret and the bot turret, although the first turret will go into the hands of Gen G.
The Rift Herald crashing topside means that Chovy wins this race, so they will pick up that additional first turret gold. Bottom side here, Guma still a threat. Cull's completed, grabs all that extra gold there from the turret itself. As Faker.
Faker has Spirit Rush dodge on that one, just trying to 100-0 him as the Spirit Rush is not going to get him away. Delight just ticks down with the Ignite, and Paze and Delight put 1-1 together for the kill.
So close! It's so close, he almost gets out, but it's burned down, and it's just another proactive play from Delight, where he hits the knock-up into the grab, has that augment, the Glacial Augment to slow Faker down, and the damage is there. Paige is there for the follow-up, does commit Summoners to secure the kill there, but Gen G are just winning everywhere. They're being proactive all the time. If you think you can push a lane, if you think you can be out, if you think you're safe, you're never safe against this team that will just not stop punishing. Permafrost into ult here means that is a dead. Cassante also denies the all-out. Don't think it would have saved him, but it's impressive nonetheless.
It's, again, the permafrost timings have been so crisp. Delight are really clean, you know, sidesteps, gets the silence, and Faker ends up flashing as well. I think the orbits.
We got another play. They're trying to turn on to Pace here, but I don't think they have that amount of dive. Again, this front-to-back composition from the set at T1, like Owner can do it, but nobody else really able to get in there as Pace, with no summoners, just walks it off. And that's not going to end up being much here for the set at T1.
Cryo trying to be set up here for this Hextech Drake for T1. A solo individual Hextech Drake, pretty significant for their composition. And they've got their own set of pick here. Delight.
Charm, maybe. Nope, not gonna hit. Does a nice amount of damage to Doran. T1 about 2,500 gold down. But they are going to be looking for the streak. As Shinji, they say, okay, we'll trade it. We're not going to force into that river at this point in time, so they just take down the second Rift Herald instead.
Yeah, some of the health bars are a little bit low, and T1 in full control, so trying to walk in there definitely would have been a really big risk. They don't want to take that pace. Getting close to a second item, same for Chovy, only sitting on a rod right now, so they don't want to take the gamble. Instead, they're going to try and further their gold lead with the Herald second one going through. And if Chovy starts becoming an unanswerable threat inside, because we haven't really talked about that yet, as Owner walks up and smites, and very happy for it. If Chovy becomes unanswerable inside, you will be able to get dragons later as Gen G. Obviously, ideally, you'd have, again, that Cloud Soul closer to lockdown, but because if I'm looking like either Faker or Zeus, I don't think they're gonna have a good time in the Fat Silas.
No, it's not gonna be a good time. And when you consider that the Duskblade resets come with any pick, any Blitzcrank hook leads to that, and then it's really easy to get on top of the Aphelios.
Faker trying to make a play here as Doran getting slowed down, and you can't quite get away, but the TP will have to be used from the side of Chovy to keep him alive, as Faker will be denied the kill.
You get this mid-turret, and then it becomes so much more possible to set up Sejuani pick here across the map with the ult and the Blitzcrank. They want to defend this so badly, they're going to commit to Nature's Grasp.
Yeah, and it's only going to get Peanut for now, as Chovy's got his own, and that's, like I was saying before, you don't need Maokai, you need Silas. He just takes it away, and that's going to be the end of that. Down goes Owner. Zeus trying to frontline, nearly gets his head taken off, as we do have Guma doing a nice amount of damage. Will push Gen G away, but again, it just feels like he's alone in this game.
Delight just waiting for another hook opportunity here. Any target.
I don't know about this. Okay,
Great
very
buffer.
nice, very nicely done. You know, it's pretty predictable, but good job by Zeus to not get hooked this time.
Yeah, Delight almost gets him with the silence. Maybe that would have been enough, but saves that flash as well. We do see him continuously looking for the aggressive repositions, but it's again, one play from T1 gets so swiftly answered here, and that's really what kind of sells it to me, is that we have that Faker play on bot, Chovy TPs, and it feels like a win for T1, but then instead with the second TP on the Herald, and the Maokai ultimate being there for Gen G, they just get to completely take over the map again.
Every single time you hit just one route, there's Permafrost, there's the Glacial Prison, there's Blitzcrank Hook. It's just so many ways for a single target to die. You only get one buffer as the Cassante, and no one else is going to be able to get out of there if they do get caught. With Cleanse here for Guma. And if that reset comes through in a team fight over a huge objective like Baron, that's all you need. And with Delight, is going to be this heads up on the play every time on the Blitzcrank. If they're able to set him up for success so repeatedly here. Sure, Guma was able to avoid the hooks, but on objectives, you've got to be there. You've got to huddle around this and just fish in a barrel here for the pick.
Yeah, the pick comp here of Gen G, they were skirmishing from minute 2, basically, when Peanut did gank the mid lane, and it worked out well for them in the 2v2, and ever since then, they got a progressive lead, they got ahead in top, and since then, it's just been, okay, we steal Maokai Ultimate, Sylas, Blitzcrank, Sejuani, Aatrox, somebody is going to follow up on a pick, and we just bash them over the head with our giant red hammer, and that's what I said in the draft. They've been doing that really well. And T1 just don't have an answer just yet. I'm not sure if, I'm not sure how many items Guma will need to deal with it.
Chovy also, with this first strike, is going for Death Cap second, so he's just going full burst, right? The amount of damage he's going to be able to do inside is going to be absolutely ridiculous. And again, we see Zeus has to itemize armor because his main job in fights is going to be either keeping Doran away from his backline or maybe somehow isolate Pace. But that also means that Chovy's going to be even harder to answer. Faker just not really in a position where he can threaten this Sylas in the 1v1.
The only way, too, to get Gen G into a position where you can maybe fight them and maybe set up for a charm is to start an objective, but they don't have the damage. Even on 2 items here with Kraken Slayer, the Aphelios alone with Ahri as his mid laner is not going to be able to rush down Baron, not going to be a real threat. Gen G also taking away that vision control now, and T1 just out of options here. And it's just every time the Maokai ult, like hijack rule is off cooldown and he can take it, he will grab it and set up for an objective.
It just feels silly that you get to have Maokai on your team. It's like insane as, ooh, nice job. As the hook was pretty close, but Zeus was ready for it just in case. The charm missing as well. Gen G holding control of this river as we have Cloud Soul again. Shout out to Atlas.
Some big item spikes done here. Gumayushi sitting on his second item here. Needs to play very far forward.
There is the better Maokai ultimate going to be blocked here nicely by Zeus. They throw in a Glacial Prison, and Gen G this time not able to follow up on the pick.
This is best case scenario for T1 so far. Great block.
He just keeps blocking those, man. He's just absorbing them as now they're trying to get in onto Peanut. The charm comes in, but he's just so dang tanky. As now Delight goes in, silences more people. Guma misses his ultimate, but the damage still there for the hook. Comes in, they take down Guma, and that was all your damage just out the window. Now Chovy going in. We got Zeus and Oner. They're trying desperately to do anything to the support player on the side of Gen G, and they can't even do that. It's a triple again here to the side of Pace, who is again carrying this game.
And Delight says heads or tails. I'ma flip some heads. Zeus has a tool of dealing with this hook, but unfortunately Guma does not. And if he goes down, this comp falls apart. T1, they tried their very best. It actually looked good up front. Chovy didn't have death cap, just bought a stopwatch instead. A lot of damage is thrown into the front line, right? It's Zeus and Oner taking all this, but it's still not enough.
The target selection here just isn't great here on the side of Gen G. They're way too far away to follow up on the pick here that they're looking for with the Sejuani ultimate, and then Peanut is isolated here, but because he's so tanky, as you mentioned, Valdez, here, there's just so much time bought for Delight to get into the thick of things. Pace, look at his health bar throughout this fight. He's just able to get his way out here, and then the hook onto Guma seals the deal, because if he lives here and Pace is disengaged, you have better damage here on the side of T1 and some utility to back it up with this really tanky front line of the Cassante, but ultimately, because he's hooked there, there's just no follow-up.
야, 불초 미쳤다.
My hooks are crazy.
He's right. They are crazy. Delight gets Rakan, has an insane game number 1. He gets Blitzcrank. And, you know, this isn't necessarily on our list of Delight champions, but maybe it should be now. As, you know, very nicely done. Always knows when to go for, you know, certain targets and stuff like that. He has been fantastic here in game number 2. As now going in, Chovy looking for the kill as he's making the Sylas look broken as well. Like, we haven't seen this in a long time, but especially with this. Is now Faker trying to get in as Delight is just looking for the hook. He's like, anyone but the Cassante, please.
The Moby Boots and Cloud Rift, Blitzcrank running around. It denies so much ability for T1 to walk up and make sure that you can actually contest these Baron waves. Yes, you can do it towards bot side, but that means Chovy again gets free reign. We see here as well a 1.5k gold lead in the mid lane, and FaZe, as is the case so often in these fights, just goes unchecked, picks up kill after kill after kill. And Gen.G are, again, in game 2, in their comfort zone.
And FaZe, he picked up right where Ruler left off last summer, picking up the Zeri, got MVP of Spring like we were mentioning in game 1, and now here in this final game, he's been set up for success. His positioning was fantastic there. And with 6 kills and 3 items here, he's just so big. He also has that front line of the Sylas. He has the front line of the Aatrox, and any single kill means game over for T1.
All right, let's see it. They're going to try to force another player, at least stop them from getting in. But again, Charm comes in, Peanut almost full health. In goes Zeus. He's looking for someone, but might just look at himself going down as the Permafrost comes in, and Zeus is just on the run. No follow-up here. As nice Charm does come in. They're going pretty deep for this Cassante, and they finally take him out, as that will be the end of Zeus in the fight. A lot of low health bars here from Gen.G, so it looks like they will back off, even though they are 11,000 gold ahead.
There's not much to do to answer this. As T1 Faker on 1.5 items, he's 2 levels down on this Aatrox. And it's just like the previous game. Once you fall this far behind, Gen.G are oppressive, and people have called them boring because of when they get leads, they often don't overforce, they don't overpush, they don't try to maximize, like, okay, we could win right now. This push for small advantages like this, and once again, another hook comes through as Zeus tries to come around and turn this play. Permafrost, insanely valuable here in this second game, and they turn a defensive option here for T1 into a disaster.
And you see as well the desperation on T1, right? Zeus going for a flip play like that. Just maybe we can get FaZe, who had his summoner still available. Chances of him actually going down there just seems extremely unlikely. And you can see, like, Gumayushi again, he needs to have lifting, and I don't think this is up to him at all, right? It's the topside 2v2, it's the topside 3v3, where Gen.G, literally since level 2, have been reigning supreme, and it has bought so much space for FaZe, and it meant that the lead that Guma and Carry were able to build up through sheer laning just doesn't end up mattering at all. And now you're in effectively one carry composition, with Faker also going for your more utility-oriented build, which I think in this comp is kind of what you got to go for. But you're 10k gold down, and you have one person on the team that does damage versus 3.
And I think this game will be remembered as a one-sided stomp, but we have to remember that those 2 early plays were so close to going T1's way. If that happens, this game looks completely different. You don't have that early fed Aatrox. You don't have that early pickup of an assist for Chovy and that freedom in lane. Faker was controlling it until that moment. But since then, Chovy has had free reign over the map. Doran has had free reign over the map, has a massive experience lead over his counterpart in Zeus. And you give Gen.G just an inch, they take a mile, and that is what they've been famous for so long here in the LCK, whether it was Ruler, whether it was FaZe on this roster. And this is just such a dominant start in what is the last best of 5 here of summer.
And this game feels like pretty much done deal. It's almost 12,000 gold. Gen.G maybe just waiting for the next Baron to come up, or perhaps they want to stack even more Cloud Drakes. They can pretty much do whatever they want at this point in time, as it really is protect the president here on the side of T1, but unfortunately, as we have said many times, it's not spring anymore. This kind of comp doesn't really work out, even if you do get the lead for your Aphelios, and Gen.G are showing them why, as they have taken full control over the map. Not really going to force anything just yet, as once again, better Maokai on the Rift.
Quite literally a hijack, you know, just coming in. Give me some vision of that jungler. Let me grab that ultimate here right before. That's right, you guessed it, the next objective fight. 15 seconds to go. on this Cloud Drake. Now they've got Maokai to make sure they can secure. Do they have to hard force? Do they need to dive? No, they could just push away, control the zone here, and make sure T1 can't get anywhere near this. Now, luckily, T1 did get those early 2 Drakes, so they have some buffer here. It's not like Gen G are grabbing Soul or even Soul Point, but these individual Drakes are stacking up. The T1, they don't have any vision. There's no way they can trade this for Baron for Dragon right now as the Baron spawns. The timing of this so unfortunate for T1.
And I think BT might be done here for Guma, but that by itself not going to be enough. Also, no Peanut went Anathema's Chain. And like, who is killing Peanut in this game when you have an Anathema's Chain? No one. An Ari that's gone for a full utility build. And then Zeus. It's not happening.
Yeah, no, it's not. And we'll have to wait and see if T1 try it again, because oftentimes it has only been Peanut that has been given as an option, as we do have Delight just lurking, just waiting, as he's gonna catch the Lulu out of midair, as there's just nothing they can do. It's okay, you got the Aatrox out, you're trying to get away, but you haven't dealt with FaZe, who again took out his giant red hammer and is bopping you over the head with it. It's now Gen G looking to push in through mid.
And T1 trying to play League of Legends while Pace is playing Mario. He's just jumping on top of everyone. And it's again the culminated effort of Gen G, everyone working together. The early top 3v3, the bot lane absorbing the pressure. And the Blitzcrank coming up on top.
Owner's gonna give it a wild crack, as you have to do something, right? As Faker, he's also gonna get rooted down, as Gen G really not pulling any punches this time around. They take game 1, and now they're gonna take game number 2 as Carrier just desperation. Down he will go. This is gonna feed another 12-kill game over to the side of FaZe. Like, you gotta be kidding me. This is 2 games in a row now to this guy.
Delight was gonna take what he wanted in that series. And you could say maybe that mid play, that 2v2, goes a little bit differently. Faker gets ahead, maybe the top side as well. No kills for the Aatrox, and Doran doesn't get the outplay over the wall, and maybe T1 has some advantages. When you look at the individual performances we're seeing from these players, even in an even game state, always having these Maokai ultimates at the right moment, right before these objectives, always saying those hijacks, it makes you have faith that even if Gen G did lose both of those early 2v2s, they would have still been able to find angles in this game, because Delight's hitting every single hook. And it was an impressive game. They had control from start to finish, but what their composition offered, even from an even game state, was so much agency, and that's the same thing we saw in game 1. T1, their composition looking outdated, even though it's a Silas we see on the side of Gen G, it works so perfectly well with their comp. They got better Maokai.
And for T1, they're gonna have to pull off something that KT attempted yesterday against them. But it feels like the prep from Gen G, again, coming in so clutch here. Like, the compositions feel tailor-made to dealing with 2 of T1's plans now. In game 1, I think T1 get everything that they could want, get completely swiped out of the game, right?
Yeah.
Then game number 2, they revert back to a type of composition that got them to a game 5 against the eventual MSI winners in JDG. Doesn't end up working out. Where do you go from here?
Definitely a big question. I think that the first couple of games have just been so one-sided to Gen G, and really the onus is on T1. They got to figure something out. Feels like every single player on this side of the Gen G roster, maybe except Doran, who also had a fantastic game, could be called the POG of game number 2. But we'll have to wait and see if we get more than 3 in this one, guys. We're going to have a break and go back to the space where they can break down game number 2.
조금 뺏을게.
근데 왼쪽 거 찰게요. 위에 거부터 얘들아. 야 막아. 죽여. 라크라는 거 텔로 막아줘.
아리 봐봐.
아리. 나이스. 야 텔로 너가 해줘.
끝내면
그냥
끝나. 나이스.
룰루 잡아.
나
잡아.
나이스.
아야 이거 정례도 진짜 마음이 너무 아파 이거 진짜.
나도 아파.
아니 이거 진짜.
괜찮아, 이겼잖아.
Papa John's new garlic epic stuffed crust pizza is the pizza inspired by our biggest fans. With that garlic flavor you all love.
In it, on it, with it.
Get the new garlic epic stuffed crust pizza for $13.99 only at Papa John's.
And welcome back, everyone. We're back here at the space for the summer final of the LCK. Gen.G leads 2-0. It takes us to the first match point of the series. And guys, it looks nothing like the first time these two teams played each other last week. What happened?
I feel like Gen.G have got a really good read on what they want to do in draft. I think they're playing so well. Every single member is just playing at their absolute peak. Peanut is on super form, and T1 look lost.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say, especially T1, this early game was little off, you know, but it was like, I would say it was actually kind of unlucky. There was a lot of moment that like 1 HP leaves and Gen.G actually just got away with it. Like, there's so many things. The fact that the T1 actually just having tough game since all the action.
And it is really interesting to see what approach Gen.G brought here today, because in game 1, we have been criticizing T1's approach in bringing back some of the old picks, not the most successful one in this meta. And Gen.G came back today saying, you know what? We're gonna challenge you on this, bringing back the old school, but the ones that made sense, with the Silas against Ari here.
Yeah, I love it. You know, we saw the Camille against Aatrox game 1. Here we see the Silas against Yari. These aren't picks we've really seen a lot of in the meta, but the counters we've seen before, and it worked to great effect. I also think one of the traps T1 is falling for is the single carry composition. You know, we've seen the meta this summer has been triple threat, right? You have like a carry mid, carry top, carry 80 carry have worked so well, and instead, you know, Ari can carry, but she's a lot about the utility of the charms. You have tank top, tank jungle, and Guma can't do enough.
Yeah, I mean, we pointed out, we highlight the Silas because like everyone knows the Maokai's OP. Maokai ulti is so high value, that's why T1 just goes the first pick. It totally makes sense. But the Gen.G is like just, oh, you guys got the Maokai, we got the Silas, so we're gonna have a Maokai ulti into Sejuani ulti, and also Blitzcrank Cook. There's so many factors that they can actually change CC, so it was like really known as like the Delight, the Blitzcrank, the hook was like so valuable this game.
We will talk a bit more about Delight, hopefully looking at a season MVP here in these finals. But I also want to take a look at the early game, because we said that Gen.G is on top of their games when it comes to drafting, but also in the game itself with the execution. And T1, that's just not it, Ox.
You know, prior to this, Chovy had taken a bit of a rough trade, and they still have the confidence to go for this despite that, which just shows they are really believing in themselves in the series.
I mean, look at Chovy, like he just hit actually all the ability, and it's just like he pinged right away, so he actually don't die. And even on top, like it was so close for both teams. It was like 2v2. It started off so well from the Zeus, and Sejuani actually just is standing behind really well into 2v2, come back, and Doran make this so incredible clutch play here.
Wow.
And it's extremely well turned well for Gen.G.
And we saw some skirmishes going in the favor of T1, but it didn't bring anything on the map. They couldn't translate this into anything later on, and I know that during the pre-show we have been highlighting Owner and his fantastic performance yesterday. Well, we should look at the Nut God today. Peanut is on top of this game, especially in the early game, leading the pace, and this is where you should be careful on the side of T1. You want to track Peanut, because the amount of ganks that he got successful here, that should never be allowed.
Yeah, I mean, it was 7 ganks total, and he was able to secure 6 kills, which is just insane by 14 minutes. He was just dictating the game.
I mean, that's a pre-14, but that means like he actually ganked every 2 minutes, and it's like have a 6 kill. He made a 6 kill in pre-14, and that's so helpful for the laners that actually can play it out. It's just entire, like as we said even yesterday, Aatrox into Cassante, you just get ahead one time. You can't stop that. The champion is incredibly strong later on in the game.
And this is textbook what makes Gen.G strong in the early game. Similarly to what we saw in game 1, maybe a bit more tools here to fight on the side of T1, but they just don't come find the right opportunities, I feel. What is the way out here for them, and what was the way out in this game, Ox?
I think this one looked better than game 1, but it didn't exactly look good. I think ultimately they have to keep a good track on Peanut, stop him from making so much impact. And also when it comes to some of the setups I have, like the fact that they keep ending up in situations where the top lane matchup isn't too favorable, mid lane matchup isn't too favorable, and then every time pays has Zeri to clean up when it comes to team fights.
Yeah, I know, 100% agree. Like they have to deal with the Zeri, especially. I think the Zeri moment on is keep coming to come through. And also, like everyone knows that Guma's kind of shown weak performances without having Xayah. I mean, of course, the Gen.G will know, and they probably have to bring the pocket pick like what Gen G does all the time. Like they have to just prepare. I think this game has to be turning around the point for T1.
Yeah, they had some champions ready yesterday. We'll see if they have some ready maybe here in Game 3. Maybe one highlight that we can look at again here, because guys, we were talking about Delight and how impactful it was on the Blitzcrank. And the issue is that when you look at T1 and their composition, you can't get caught like this, such as Gumayushi did here.
Yeah, I mean, it was just phenomenal, the flash to knock up, and then Guma actually gains some ground here. It looks like he's going to be in a position to carry, and Delight snipes him. And this is a problem with this comp. If your AD carry dies, the team fight is over.
I mean, also, I think I kind of want to also shout out to T1 still. Like, they were like 5K behind, but still, they made a really great team fight. They almost actually won, but the thing is, like, it just was not enough.
It's crazy to see the performance they had yesterday and how strong they looked compared to today. And it's always going to be like this, right? The form of the day. And Huni, I know you've been there professionally, having to bounce back, having to stay at the peak level of performance, especially when it comes to finals. How do you explain the big difference that we have between T1 yesterday and the performance that they're showing today?
Well, I mean, I've been through the reverse sweep. I've been actually there, and it actually, I did it. I've done it before. The most important thing that you should actually try not to lose your mental. Just believe yourself. You can actually do it. Just still think that enemy team is worse than you. That's it.
Yeah.
I've actually also been in a reverse sweep, you know?
Nice.
Maybe not on a bigger stage, but I think you just have to focus on the one game in front of you. Don't think about the series. It doesn't matter that you 2-0 down. Don't think about, oh, we could have done this better game 1 and 2. Just focus game 3. What do we need to do to win this game?
And I will ask you guys, what do you guys think they need to do to win this game?
Well, sadly, there's a lot, right?
We'll be playing on the red side this time around. So let's talk about the draft first and maybe move on to the early game, because it feels like they need to be more decisive, especially at that moment.
Yeah, no Zeri. You know, no Zeri. Zeus counter pick. Ignite Rumble.
All right, well, Ignite Rumble. We'll see if they can follow your advice. Gen G leads 2-0 in these grand finals here. Looking at yet again a third title in a row. Back to casters to game 3.
Thank you, Lar, Ox, and Tooney for breaking that down. We are back here at the 2023 LCK Summer Uri Bank 1 Grand Finals, jumping into game number 3. And this one, much like games number 1 and 2, I feel like a lot of people are just calling this one over. But just yesterday, we had a reverse sweep, or an attempt at a reverse sweep happen. We had an incredible game number 5. I'm just hoping we get some more great games. And maybe not a 3-0. That would be nice.
I think the big difference between yesterday's series and the 2-0 lead for T1 and the 2-0 lead here for Gen G is that Gen G had extra planning. They had extra preparation. Their opponents have drafted so predictably. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. It took KT actually some time to figure out how to target that Azir, for example. Gen G got the extra day. They got to see T1 get targeted in the banning phase. What they chose with the Aatrox priority still being high, T1 choosing red side here, looking for counter picks. As you see a little stretch from Carrier, smiles on the faces. They still got the right mental attitude here. But what you have to solve, I think, in T1 for this reverse sweep to happen is draft complexity, and that's not something you can usually solve on stage in the best of 5. Gen G have had so much extra time. T1 played twice the games that Gen G did. There's so much more data, and they just simply haven't had time to prepare for this opponent.
And that's something that we haven't really talked about yet, and because we haven't really seen the effects up until now. But this is the downside of having to play as many games as T1 did. Faker only coming back in week number 9. And unfortunately, at least in these first 2 games for T1, Gen G have just made excellent use. We've seen 2 wildly different drafts from T1. I think the second one, most notably, bit of a throwback. The early plays not working out even remotely. And if Gen G can maintain that sort of forward momentum and deny the early game win cons for T1, they're gonna have to find a miracle to get back in this one.
It's going to be very interesting. We go back to the same site as game number 1. And this is where we saw first pick Zeri, right? And we haven't seen any bans change up from the side of Gen G because, honestly, there's no reason to. I feel like they're targeting T1 very well, so I wouldn't expect any change here either.
And Tristana is still going to be taken away from Chovy. We haven't even seen him play the Yone yet with the Sejuani we saw in game 2. He went to Sylas instead. A Permafrost synergy there. The Azir is going to continue to be banned here, and These are the champions that T1 have been so reliant on. And I like this adaptation because we had 12 kills in game 1, 0 deaths, 12 kills in game 2, 0 deaths for FaZe. And just force him off of what is obviously a comfort pick for him, and that Gen.G as a squad has operated around since her release.
And yeah, they've won summer last year playing around this champion, and they're currently up 2-0 as well. So I do like the ban in that regard, as it's going to be the delight priority here again. Now we have seen again the Lulu be picked into this 4T1 many a time, and that's, to me, outside of the mid matchup obviously not being favorable, the 2v2's not working out, the fact that the bot lead 4T1, which was so pivotal in their win over KT yesterday, doesn't actually amount to that much, as Sejuani gonna go over and the Maokai probably gonna be just given back to Peanut.
Okay, the Nautilus picked up here, and now for the first time with the Sejuani priority and Maokai available, Peanut looks like he wants to change it up and use a completely third style of draft here. They can go Vi, the Ahri is still available. See if they want to commit to it. The Maokai seems so simple, seems so strong and easy to pilot here. And Poppy also very strong, obviously, into that Sejuani. And I think Gen.G are in a way mind gaming here, saying, we've got 3 incredible picks actually we can use right here in this position in draft, and you've opted into the Sejuani. But we are still winning out. We got Rakan with your support index. We got the Maokai. And Gen.G just looks so confident right now.
You see the book that Score was holding, the value notes? Love it. They have been getting quite a lot of value in these drafts. That's for sure. As Nila is just gonna be slammed down here for this pick. So definitely not something we see all the time and could be very risky.
They're blinding Nila here. Shout out to our other 2 Nila players, Nongshim Jiwoo, the OG Nila, and Guma, who actually, I think, drew some bans towards this champion even yesterday, if I remember correctly, or at some other point in playoffs. Blinding it, though, is definitely a sign of confidence. And T1, with everything on the line, are going to put faith in Guma Yushi's Draven.
This is reminiscent of the Game 3 draft we saw from T1 yesterday, where they prioritized the Aphelios, and it was one of the more peculiar drafts. It was the first time Azir was banned, and it felt like the pick of the Aphelios was a little bit risky in that position. This is, for Gen.G as well, a bit of a puzzling one that we do see come out here, but it's the confidence, I think, with those hovers into this Nila that showcase that Gen.G feel like they can win with almost anything. The Sylas, I think, a great ban here. That's going to be taken away. Now, I think, obviously, the Sylas was strong in part due to the Maokai being on the other side. And for Gen.G here now, you can focus a little bit more on Faker if you'd like to, or protect topside against the Sejuani Permafrost. Is going to be the Aatrox that goes first. Jax still available.
And you want to see a mid here that can play towards bot side. That is the main priority. You need something outside of the Nautilus, outside of the Sejuani, that already is decent setup for Draven, but the more you can get, the better. This game is going to revolve again, like the last one around Guma Yushi, but in a very different fashion. This time, it's get him ahead early, keep him snowballing, and I think the Yone would have worked very well in that style of composition for Gen.G, and is going to get taken away.
I think Talia is still very strong here for both squads. Obviously going to be able to make it a large impact bottom side if they can get prio, but definitely one that if you blind can be punished here. I think the Yone ban here does kind of lead into Faker potentially considering playing it. See what this final ban is going to be. LeBlanc, similar situation, is going to be taken away from Faker. Let's see where they're going to put this counter pick. Obviously, if you want to get Jax, you know, it's up and available here. They are going to go for that Talia like I was suggesting instead here, leaving Zeus the counter pick. And Talia so strong at getting those early leads, and for the first time, T1 will have a lot of agency to try to play through top and bottom side here with the mid, as long as Faker can stand up to that pressure mid against Chovy.
It's about to get very interesting. We were looking for prio in mid. We also need some extra dive if you're really going to index heavily into what you already have. So Jax gonna be taken here. Even maybe a bit of a takeaway. I mean, there's still Renekton available that you can play in the top lane with the Sejuani, but let's see what ends up happening.
Wouldn't be surprised if we're looking towards an R5 Gnar just because it's Zeus. I don't think the Sejuani synergy, on average, necessarily amazing, but could be an opportunity as Chovy still wants to have a... Oh,
ooh, I love this, actually.
That's a throwback right there. I assume that's going to be Cassante.
Yeah. It does look like that's going to be the case, and it's so much follow-up for the Neela ultimate. Once the Apotheosis goes through, you have Counter-Strike, you have Q3 here, you've got Rakan, and you can easily set up the Apotheosis with the Maokai ultimate here. It's just super unusual what Gen G have put together, but you know how it works. And the Gnar you called out, putting it all on the line here, down 0-2. And it is one of Zeus's best, his debut champion here. Not the synergy for Permafrost, but we saw them play this in that series against Gen G in playoffs in the upper bracket. And they know this comp well. There is so much pick. Obviously with the Taliyah, she gets set up for a shove. You get that Draven ahead, you get him online, he will be able to outpace this Neela. But from an even game state, I feel like Gen G still, once again, have so much agency around objective fights. I think this game is 100% going to be decided based on Faker's individual performance and how much of an impact he can make bottom side.
And Chovy playing a third unique champion. I think that Taliyah also the only one he actually had played already in playoffs. And the biggest gambit of them all, I think the previous ones really made a lot of sense. The Cassandra are going to be very execution-based. I do think T1, though, have a composition that makes sense. You have a lot of roaming potential in mid. You have great setup for your Draven. You're going to try and play towards Guma, maybe in a Herald fight with that Gnar. Is that going to be enough to get this Draven to pop off, or is Gen G going to get the full sweep here? Not so sure after this draft.
Well, we'll have to wait and see who ends up doing the sweeping at the end of the day. Very interesting stuff once again from Gen G. Was this prepared? Was it a bit of ego in Game 3? We'll just have to wait and see how it does come out here, as a lot of comfort as well, even outside of the composition here on the side of T1. Draven for Guma, even Nautilus for Keria, something he always says he wants to play. Gnar once again for Zeus. And we'll just have to wait and see. Definitely the mid-jungle, I think we'll definitely have to take a closer look at to see if Faker and Owner can get across the line, where it has felt like they have been a bit short in the first couple of games. As guys, it looks like we are just about ready to hop onto the rift for game number 3. Let's do it right now. All right, here we go. The battle of two wards. Well, it's actually more than that, as we are moving into game number 3. Hey. Gen G looking to complete the 3-0 sweep.
Top laners are relevant, okay, Velvet? You can't call them wards anymore.
I mean... are they?
No.
I don't know.
It's more relevant than it was, you know, half a year ago.
True. Times have changed.
It has increased. I'll echo the sentiment. It has been more relevant as of late. And Chovy, by the way, our exclusive resident Cassante mid. Cassante mid was played in other regions a little bit after release, but it was Chovy who played it specifically with AP junglers like Maokai and the Elise. And he's got a lot of experience.
All right, delaying a little bit of trouble. The Draven Nautilus already getting in there as the damage is being done early on. He's electing to continue trading as Ignite comes down as well. That is a very important Gleaming Quill. Any kind of healing you can get at this point in time is going to pay off as Guma just takes some extra damage from the minions.
Yeah, and the irony as well, because outside of Chovy, the one guy who we did see play a ton of Cassante, even I think getting it permanent against him at MSI, was Faker. Because we saw a lot of utility mids there. Nautilus was another one that I'm sure most T1 fans won't remember with that much fondness, but the Cassante was really good as Peanut. You want to play aggressive here as Draven Nautilus. Are you going to get punished?
Here we go again. Feels like it's coming through. They're moving forward. Can they get the flashes? As Guma's just running away. They are going to get the one out of Keria as Bramble Smash comes in. The knockup as well. Keria in a bit of trouble. Can he get away is the question. The answer is no. It's first blood as Guma gets the first kill as well, but immediately gets taken down and pays. He's 2-0 again.
2-0 on the Neela. This is a huge problem. At least Guma's able to get that early cash in, although it is so minuscule this early into the game.
Got to execute.
Yep. He probably will. As you see, Doran trying to maybe get in flash range. Not going to happen. Execution comes through. Gets the blue buff. Immediately loses it. I suppose That's not great.
Yeah, well, going to be also a loss of a decent amount of minions down here, especially with how Nila's passive works in terms of maintaining experience. This is going to be a problem. Now, notice how quickly Carrier reacts. Watch how he goes straight towards Peanut here, try to block him out from getting into range of Guma. Then flashes, of course, gets collapsed on here, and he commits for one further route. Really well played here by Carrier, all things considered. Gets the route there onto Peanut, and Guma commits to get the kill. Will flash and try to escape so he can make sure he gets Paze's flash in return. It's not a good situation here, but I think Carrier played it about as well as he could have.
And the most important thing there is that, yes, you get the cash out, but you have barely built up any stacks at this point in the game. And it does mean Guma at least is able to get a bunch of long swords, but the attention paid towards the top side of, the bot side rather, of the map here really paying off. His owner will get spotted there. And spotted here again. Peanut, I think, should be able to get this Grumple Seed.
He's trying to get in and smite it, and then he does. All right, Owner's gonna get that at least, I guess.
He's taking a significant lead here, with that play bottom side. Gets 2 camps up, has a experienced lead, and he's trying to utilize it. Obviously, the early game with the ranged Gnar is winning out against Doran as well here a little bit. So Zeus having some power here top side. And you see the camps are continuing to be taken away by Owner. Best as he can, get some deep vision up here too. So it's not all bad here for T1 in the early game. In fact, they have a slight gold lead.
Yeah, as Guma.
We do have the cleanse. He's going to try to get away. Paze is moving through a ton of minions. He's going to have to back away. Now Chovy has Peanut right here. Once again, perfect timing. Owner might just have to flash this instead. Okay, he does right at the end. Thought maybe he was just going to elect not to, but he does get away.
Yeah, the thing I wanted to say, though, if you're trading an early gold lead on Paze, although he did fall behind substantially in CS, Guma and Kara still doing a good job in the 2v2. For a deficit on Peanut, like, Genji's going to take that every single time. I have lost count of the amount of games where Peanut falls behind early. I'm doing quotation marks. You can't see this, but trust me, I am.
I can see it, yeah.
You can see it.
I saw it as well.
I'm committing to the bit because this guy has been incredible at building his way, or fighting his way back out of deficits so many times, and Paze fed early, always going to be feeling good here for Genji. But fortunately, Guma and Carrier, with the knowledge that Peanut is on top side, did get a semblance of control back in this lane. Guma will now be picking up a Sheen alongside his longswords as well.
Chovy gonna dodge the shove here. I'll be looking to hit 6 off of another minion. Faker got it first. Obviously, the Cassante can, if given the right position, use the pull through the wall to his advantage with Peanut, who's got subsequent lockdown. May force Faker to flash, for example, but there's a lot of really awkward places here for the Taliyah to try to get over these walls against this duo, especially once Peanut hits level 6. So something he needs to be respectful of. His ult not going to be impactful in lane, and with the prio that Chovy has, he might not be able to use it to impact bottom side either, at least not for now.
Owner kind of hovering down there towards the bottom side, but so is Peanut. He's going to be spotted first as they're looking for another play here. Still no flash, no cleanse on Guma. He's getting low, but they're turning this one around as they do have Owner waiting in the brush menacingly. Not doing anything for now, but he's still waiting to pull something off here. Let's see what he's got planned.
Doesn't have 6. And just gonna go and elect to take the Krugs.
Book is gonna come in. Delayed holding on to it. Here's Owner. I don't think Genji had any idea, but now Chovy's coming down. They're looking to turn this one, actually, as some damage goes into Owner. And you see T1 just backs away. Meanwhile, Peanut's gonna take a blue buff. Just stealing that one away. A small victory at the end of the day here for Genji.
Level 6.
Oh, level 6. Okay, they're just gonna pull the trigger. His Owner's still here, but he can't do anything. As Delayed, he might even live. No, he gets taken out right at the end. It is a trade of 1-for-1, but it's still, again, Paze has, what is it, 27 kills right now in this series, 0 deaths?
And right there, Delight already had an experience lead, and in large part due to the passive, as they're not done yet.
And there's not much that Owner can do. I mean, he's so low as Apotheosis comes in. Paze is, okay, well, this is not the dive we were looking for. As Owner, he does get in, even with low health, and makes something of it.
Anyway, as we were saying, I do think that Delight's call there to give his own life to deny stacks the Draven, 100% worth. I think this composition from T1 kind of stands and falls by Guma being relevant. And instead, FaZe is getting further and further ahead, and the Draven is denied a bigger cash out, one that he's really looking for.
Exactly, so it's definitely a trade-up, and the fact is, even 10 CS down, the experience advantage you're going to grab as Delight is going to give you 6 first, so you can commit to a play like this. And even in a 3v3, you always win this when you have this advantage, and Delight knows he's going to die if he goes in for this play. He also trusts that his teammates are going to have the follow-up damage there. And then as FaZe hits level 6, Peanut wraps back around. This one goes a little bit awry. Really nice root there from Keria. Before the Apotheosis goes off, Eden flashes away. He's able to survive there with Owner. The turret does most of the work.
And that does mean that when looking at the goal, T1 is still in a great place in this game.
All right, they're trying to get aggressive again. We just don't have time. The ult's going to be thrown into FaZe, and now the Whirling Death can't quite get the execute, and FaZe will survive, but it is Guma and Keria pushing them finally. Feels like for the first time in a while out of this lane as now Q3 comes in, and Faker, he's got nowhere to go. The combo comes in. He doesn't even bother to flash. Okay, well, he is at the end of the day, as now we have an ult coming through. He's just going all the way into the enemy jungle. Meanwhile, we do have this Drake that's being taken, and it does go over to Owner as he will take it down. Another flash here as Owner just trying to survive, but can he, as Delight says, all right, I'll press my R button. Somebody's got to do it. Meanwhile, up in the top side, we have another skirmish going on, a 1v1, as Doran will push Zeus away.
Wall or no, gonna see some value out of that Cassante in mid. We'll get Faker's flash and the ult. Only level 8 here, so that's on a very long cooldown. He does escape with his life, and once again, Faker shows he is just an escape artist here in our finals weekend. But ultimately, still huge advantage here for Gen G. It's very fortunate for T1 that Owner's able to secure the smite.
Yeah, that's the big thing, because if they also lose the Dragon there, then I think it's a complete disaster. Now, still not going to feel too bad for Gen G, but Faker not actually going down, trading evenly in the flashes.
Doran, Hyperproc comes in, the boomerang just barely going to sail by. And Doran is going to get away, but you do get some top prio. No, Owner is going to get to work here on this Rift Herald.
It is really fortunate for Doran that he has teleport advantage here, so can come straight back to the top lane. But let's watch this play again here with Chovy and Peanut. Chovy, ideally, if Faker is a little bit closer, can pull him through that wall fully. So far away from his turret. The rocks are placed well here from Faker, and he's able to just barely, one auto away from death, get over this wall. And he also critically gets Peanut's ult out, because if Peanut has ult here, it's a much better fight.
We're just fighting again. It's just never-ending. Owner looks like he will pick up the eye, as we missed that a lot of times. And actually, Chovy gonna get taken out in the mid lane. That is going to be a takedown here to the side of T1. They also got that Rift Herald, so pretty nice.
As we see another Collector first here, and Herald goes over to T1. They get a big kill on Chovy. Zeus might be in trouble here.
Well, that angle wasn't great, to be honest. Peanut's been great, but that angle was a bit sus, you could say. But it's going to be okay. They do get the teleport out of Faker, who is forced to go top.
Feels like a really nice win here, though, in terms of getting the teleport away from Faker. It's going to prevent him from punishing plays like this one here, where FaZe is going to get further and further ahead. It grabs another plate, and, you know, the last Nature's Grasp didn't quite catch Faker. The top one, they're not going to connect. But this is the advantage in terms of teleport that Doran had here that I was talking about moments ago. He can get back here faster. So, yes, Owner is able to rush this down and secure it, but he's going to die for it as Doran gets straight back to lane after was a near kill there on the top side.
We're just non-stop fighting. Doran gets away, seems pretty easy, but now Keria's out on the map. We see our supports really trying to make some game-defining plays. You know, Keria finally gets onto an engaged support. He's played so much Enchanter support. And yeah, we see the smite coming through once again. But yeah, it's nice to see now that Keria gets a chance here in the support matchup at least to show his stuff.
And has been making a big impact out on the map. When we get to the team fights, it's going to come down to the execution. I think the zone control for T1 is great, but they do have a very immobile AD carry, and there's a ton of backline threat here for Gen G. However, Faker's still in a pretty good spot, going for Leandries as well, as we do have some people clumping up here towards the top side of the map.
Guma's alone, and they know everyone's missing, so it's a really good read here from Gen G. They wanted to spring a trap, but T1 read it better than they did, but they don't hard commit. And with no Nature's Grasp, I think it's wise here for Gen G to back off, and they're going to try to push mid here instead into Faker. Herald drop topside.
I mean, he's got ult. I mean, they're just going to dive on in. The Apotheosis, they kill Faker underneath the turret. No sums, no health anymore, as now this crash is going to come into the top lane. As Zeus is trying to get something done, but here comes Peanut. It is Meganar, but the 2v1 might be enough to take down Zeus. They check the brush. They have that set up as a nice Gnar does come in, but here comes the ult from Peanut, just chasing down Zeus as he flashes over the wall. As now just chasing him down the mini Gnar, and he's not going to be able to get away. Peanut just taking the tower just for fun, and they will take down that kill.
And it's just constant fighting, constant skirmishing, but Gen G are trading up slightly each and every time. The Herald gets plate gold topside, but they get to pick onto Faker. Then the overextended Gnar is going to be Peanut's 4,000th assist, and topside here.
It was a good one.
Falling apart. Doran on this Jack's going to be a side lane threat. Gen G in such a comfortable position here, and Chovy is going to have some additional slows on this Cassante now with this item spike, the first mythic online. Or the first item, rather, his mythic online. This is going to be a tough fight here for T1 on the second dragon, but they do have Cryo.
Also important, Zeus might be able to play off of Faker's wall as well. We'll see how they're able to split the fight. As strong as Paze is, fighting for Prio in mid with a Nila alone is really, really difficult, as we can see here. You still need to respect. It's a team fight that I'm more worried about when it comes to T1's chances. There is a lot of power in the CC, the follow-up of Faker and Zeus with these big, either the seismic shove or the capabilities of Meganar. But it does feel somewhat finicky, and if Pace doesn't go down at the start of a fight, you're gonna be in deep trouble. But then you look at Doran, also in a great spot in this game. 2-0 here. Divine Sunder are done.
If you can elongate these fights for the Taliyah to burn through with Leandries, that's also another win condition. Then you can try to use those slower fights to give Gnar the opportunity to go mega. He's going to just leave this lane here, not going to try to commit to grabbing a turret. Does have teleport, so could join the fight here. Gen G better grouped, and that's always problematic when you have a Nila against you. T1 has to deal with that engage. He's not in position, though.
The Meganar not here for Zeus. He's just coming on in. Chovy is way behind enemy lines, but Doran is here with him as well. Goes in. They lock down two people, but Guma's getting free hits into Doran right now. He's going to take him down with the help of Faker, and the damage is coming out now finally from the side of T1. They will push them off the objective and take down the Hextech tree.
And really big there. T1 catch Gen G. Unaware, they're not ready. Chovy goes in, feeling, I think, the necessity because of Faker's wall, but Pace wasn't there. So that was a 4 versus 5 in T1. They're gonna get the Dragon, putting him up to 2 with, by the way, a third Cloud Soul. Gonna get the top side turret. This game remains close.
It certainly does. First brick going over to T1. Now, as you mentioned, Paze isn't here. They have Cryo, but it doesn't matter if you don't have your engage here of the Nila. And while Chovy can get on top of Faker here with Doran, it's just too little damage here for the side of Gen G. And the Gnar is such a big threat here, gets the hop off as well. And without the ability to front to back here, your Nila is really going to only win these fights when she starts them. It's just not winnable here. The Draven coming up big, but mostly here it was just very disjointed and sloppy from the side of Gen G.
Maybe just, you know, they were the pace of the game so far has been very much Gen G, determining them, going very hard here in these first couple of games in the beginning of Game 3. But maybe this time they stepped over the line, and finally, for it feels like the first time, T1 have a lead in the series. They have the ability to potentially start to gain some momentum now in this game number 3.
And Guma sitting on about 270 stacks, I think, here still. Isn't really in that big of an item disparity if you look as well at what he has finished. Because you might have another fight. Doran nor Faker have TP.
Little play here on Akaria, who is being isolated, but the damage is not quite there as the depth charge keeps him alive for a while, but the Maokai ultimate just zones everybody else, and now Faker's getting soloed by a Jax as okay. Maybe the Escape Artist does his work again, but you're still not going to win the fight as T1. They're pushed out of the river. They are pushed now out of mid lane as Gen G try to gain back control of the game.
And we'll get this turret. I don't know about this. Doran's got flash.
No, it's the Leah. Don't do it. Don't listen to the voices, Doran.
No, no. And now the Herald is going to get taken here as well by Gen G. And this time, Paze is in position to contest this. Oh,
wow, okay. Owner, nice look. Gonna force that flash out of Doran, trading his own flash, but not able to take him out.
you get something at least here, but it's small. As you see, the gold lead is wildly varied throughout this early game, oscillating between about 1,000 apiece here. But T1, they need a team fight win here on this next dragon. That could solidify their position to get out of this early game Neela, who now has a second item online here. So look at this fight right now. Toby getting the knock up here onto the Sejuani, and then this fight is split. Keria does ultimately get caught, and Doran can block Faker out. He has no vision here in this bush, so he nearly goes down as well. Will be able to escape with that shove just narrowly. But a huge win here for Gen.
Yeah, does stay alive there. And that means that the play still nice for Gen G. The main thing that I'm looking toward is how is a actual 5-5 gonna look? Because here,
Faker once again doesn't have his flash. He's getting bullied now by Chovy. And even this Leandri is not able to do too much as the all-out comes through, and that's going to be the end of him. This time, Faker is finally taken out as they do put an end to his reign as the escape artist. Chovy gets his first kill of the game.
The slows coming through, really doing a number on Faker, who's flashless from the last play. And there's just no way he can get out, and Chovy has just crushed him when they meet every time from level 1 in the lane. And it is just a really rough time here as T1. No real map control, only down a little bit in gold here. They still have those 2 Drakes to sit on here, but the Jax is really starting to become a huge side lane problem as this is Chovy's first-person view.
I'm fighting top. We didn't get to see it because they're fighting again. It just never ends. As now, this is going to be pace getting pretty low, actually. The apotheosis is good, but Guma gets so much gold out of that kill onto Pace, and finally T1 are going to turn something around. Chovy doesn't even bother TPing into that one. Maybe didn't have it, but a nice play from T1. We'll have to see how they got that one started.
And Guma ends up getting the shutdown there, gets the kill, gets his cash in, and Gen G, second time in a row, caught unaware, and that might be Baron as well.
T1 trying to turn this into a Baron play here. They're grouped here, and they should be able to take it. We'll have to wait and see exactly how that one all broke out, but without Chovy being there, and a bit of a rocky contest there over no real objective, Gen G gets punished. That's Baron. Let's see how this one started off as Gen G are grouped here bottom side to Shadow Doran, taking out that bottom side turret, and then Peanut overextends here in the choke point, and then Paze is caught by a Nautilus ult. Faker comes in from the opposite direction here with Weaver's Wall, and it was just Gen G trying to hard force that Jax advantage bottom side, and they get punished in a big way.
Same spot, similar fight, the execution, not gonna happen, but Faker will get the job done, and now Chovy, he's trying to run away, but here comes T1, the onslaught. They're finally getting some momentum in this game. Chovy now flashing away. Owner might put him in the grave as Chovy is still on the run. And it looks like he is pretty much done for. Zeus on the chase here, and finally he will go down. Zeus gonna pick up the kill.
I really think there is a very finite timer on how long Gen G's composition can operate if they start to fall behind. And T1, they want more.
Oh, he's gonna get him, and okay, the cleanse and the flash, but one root could do it. No, Owner gonna go pretty far. In goes Delight, gonna charm up 4 people. May need to pay for it with his life, and Zeus hits the Megadar, brings back Paze, and Paze will get taken out as Owner will set up that play alongside of Zeus as the push continuing to come in here from the side of T1, but Doran goes in, takes out Faker, but Guma is just free hitting right now, and is looking to take out Doran, will not be able to at the end of of the day.
And Doran is going to make a heroic play here. They are going to be able to trade back some kills, but you can see even with good engage, even when Delight is hitting the multi-charms here, with this Cassante mid and Anila that's more engage and burst than actual sustained damage, you just can't win these longer fights when you start to fall behind. And once again, Gen G trying to hard force. The reason why Gen G are forcing these fights here, even without contesting objectives, is because they feel like they need to snowball this game further. But I would rather see them try to turn off of a Drake start here than try to force into a choke point against the range damage of T1. And then here, T1 push those advantages even further. And notice that when Delight tries to go for the turn here, there just isn't any follow-up damage. FaZe is not a traditional AD carry here. You're running a Cassante mid. The follow-up from Doran in what this is going to be a really long replay to watch the whole thing, but the follow-up from Doran here is at least heroic, and they're able to secure a kill back.
And even gets the flash out from Faker, flashing off the auto, and somehow gets out alive. This Drake certainly going to T1 will set them up for Soul Point here with Cloud so on the cards. And the mental fortitude of this team with their bot lane getting taken down. Level 2, FaZe looking incredibly fed. Doesn't seemingly phase them. Now Gen G not out of this game, of course. I think the Wombo combo going to remain very threatening with some of the more stationary targets on T1, but they are currently looking really good in this third game.
Yeah, and we haven't really seen that Wombo combo come to fruition just yet, and you can see the big difference in the AD carry role right now. Yes, FaZe more of a guy that's going to get these fights started or potentially follow up on a big engage, but now it finally feels like Guma, for the first time in the series, is allowed to carry. He's been trying so hard, and finally his team has made some space for him to get something done on his trademark Draven.
Yeah, coming back here 3 items strong after what was a very rocky early game. And Gen G, it starts to feel more and more desperate, the fights they have to take here. And if they lose control of the map, they won't ever have that turn opportunity I was alluding to on that last Cloud Drake. Because if you can't turn and set for a Nila ult, if you're just walking towards T1, they have better range, they have a Talia, they can cut your team in half with the Weaver's Wall. They also have great engage, and with this Gnar, who's getting pretty tanky himself, Zeus is a secondary AD threat in these team fights. Keria is going to zoom around with Cloud Rift and try to maybe set up for a pick. I don't think they can do this onto a Cassante.
Yeah, definitely a big fight for Vision right now. We don't have Baron for another minute and a half about, but already the fight for Vision beginning as T1 not really able to put a big mark on the Gen G jungle for now, but certainly will have more fighting over that area of the map here as the Baron gets closer to spawning.
And pace, the pace of the game, I mean, not pace, the player, has really slowed down after really what can only be called frantic, particularly for LCK standards. I've been very vocal. I don't think the LCK is as slow as it once was, but, you know, almost a kill a minute is still pretty proactive, as we will be getting a next fight here. I'm very certain that T1 is going to start this Baron rather up as soon as they can. And the big thing for me, Guma has flash, cleanse, as well as a stopwatch. And shutting out this Draven is going to be the main goal here. And there is a lot of great backline dive from Gen G, with the Rakan, with the Nila, really anyone. But you have to get through Talia, and I think that Talia Gnar specifically, with good management of the Gnar bar, can be a really big deterrent. Faker getting close to a death cap as well. And once that's finished, he's going to be able to solo carry fights if they overinvest into Guma.
Now, Gen G have to hard force their way into this pit and have to look for the ability to start up this Baron themselves. And that's why, even though it's still a ways away from spawning here, both teams are fighting so aggressively for that vision, because the defender of the Baron pit will have a massive advantage with how these two compositions clash. And I think picking Guma alone won't be enough here for Gen G, because they have that Gnar, because they have that Talia. The light
nice
spotted.
Ward from T1, from Keria, gonna spot him. That could have been pretty deadly. You know, Guma, he's got all these tools, but still a lot of tools on the side of Gen G to maybe get into that backline. They have indexed heavily into this dive composition.
The fight, if Gen G wins it, is very likely going to be over so quickly, as Chovy's role in this game has become rather ambiguous here, as he is a frontline, but not for a traditional AD carry here. He needs to just be big follow-up and additional slows on top of this Nila when they do decide to fight. And as Baron spawns here, T1 have control. Gen G not going to be able to start and turn, and the Jax in the side lane here is annoying, but he's not pressuring anything directly. He's actually just going to walk straight over here. Gen G really grasping at straws here a little bit, but they push them out.
Yeah, and T1 are going to back out of the pit. Just give it on over. Maybe they're waiting for Faker's spike or something like that. But now Gen G not wanting to go too far, but they're taking their own vision on this side of the map.
And obviously what T1 can do here is they can threaten the Baron, and they can easily give up the Drake. This one in individual not as important for them as...
Oh God, wait, Guma, wait, no! What's going on here? He has to cleanse and flash already just to get out of this, and the fight didn't even begin.
And with the Weaver's Wall follow-up, it looks like Faker maybe was trying to bait this with Guma, but it just completely falls flat. And now that tool is gone to contest Baron as well.
Oh, and they have no idea. They don't have the vision. They're getting in onto Guma as he has the stopwatch, which is perfectly timed. Guma stays alive for a little bit, but not long enough. A massive Nara to the wall. Zeus wants to carry this fight, but I don't think it's going to be enough as the damage is huge here from the side of Faker, and it will not be a straight-up win to the side of Gen G as now Zeus is on the chase. Can he get any more done here with the mini Nara? He's looking for it surely as the boomerang comes in, but that'll be the end of that.
And you can see, even when Gen G have these really set up picks, there's a Taliyah, there's a Gnar, there's more than one threat in this composition for T1. Those health bars got so low. Zeus handled the dive so incredibly well with his Gnar. And we'll watch this one more time. Over the wall here comes Delight. They get the knockups here, and they're looking for instant deletion. The stopwatch timing here for Guma is perfect. It buys enough time here for the Gnar to come through. It's a triple, and Faker over the wall layers so much extra damage, and Pays, he's kind of done his job here. Now, you got to get out as Gen G. You can't kill this Gnar. You won't be able to chase down the Taliyah, so you can't control that Baron.
Pretty big there. Is Faker keeps his positioning, and Doran instead opts to jump over. So Faker, if he had Death Cap, that could have been a possibly game-ending play, right? He gets the knockback, takes down a bunch of targets, but Guma not having a stopwatch, although he does get his GA, but no defensive summoners available still, I think, is absolutely huge with the amount of backline dive that Gen G has.
Well, T1, they've gotten themselves to this spot. Can they challenge Gen G in a straight-up 5v5 team fight where you're on similar conditions here? We'll have to wait and see as it looks like it's starting up now. Peanut gonna throw in that ultimate. Owner in the back of the pit here. As the follow-up comes in, they're gonna get onto Guma. That's the damage is not quite there, but Guma's just not allowed to auto-attack in this one. Gets put into the GA, but Faker is taken out, and Guma's just not doing damage. He's just dead the whole time. The counter-strike comes in, and it looks like Gen Z have done it. The engage gets in onto that Draven with no defensive capabilities. And now Gen G will take down the Baron.
Huge here for Gen G. They're going to get so much gold off of the play, and they've been behind in gold for quite some time. This should nearly even it up as the Baron goes over, just a little bit behind, half a K. As you watch this fight, it's all about CC being layered on top of each other as Gen G will zone out the Gnar, and even though Zeus is able to avoid the Nature's Grasp, it's Chovy's flash engage. Then watch the follow-up here. You have so much AoE in this position. Faker also jumped out of the fight and taken out 1v1 from Chovy, who flashed for the engage. And once Guma is out of this one, it's just an easy follow-up for the Jax. Double kill for Doran. That's the wipe and the Baron going over to Gen G, the team that's in a 2-0 position in this Grand Finals.
And it all goes back to that play. Guma walking up to the wave. And I agree with you, I think with Faker immediately using his wall there, that felt like a bait. But if he doesn't have his summoners, the rest of Gen G will get on top of him. There's simply too many tools, right? This time it's Chovy, it can be Doran, but someone is going to get to him. And now the GA is gone for him. Won't have that available. Zeus will have his. But the gold lead that T1 had mostly evaporated, and we're looking at an even game again.
Yeah, I mean, if you get an engage, you get a dive as Gen G, and you take out the damage, which is mostly Faker and Guma. Obviously, Zeus exists, but if you take them out and you just don't allow them to do anything, and the dive composition works in a sense, you know, you could even make that happen from down even farther gold than Gen G was, and they're still behind in gold. The gold not really not mattering too much here in this game number 3.
Another defensive Weaver's Wall here to try to slow down the Baron. Doesn't feel great to use them like this. Peanut's getting some cross vision here to make sure there's no flanks. They're still going to secure this turret. And T1 coming up empty again. Doran now with Demolish on this mid-inner. T1 are getting pulled apart by this Baron right now. The next objective, spawning 3.5 minutes here, that Drake. Gen G just want to get as much of an advantage with the last part of this Baron buff as they can here. An inhibitor would be huge for them.
This is getting interesting. Zeus just pushing forward. He's looking to get something going, and he might have just done it. Delight gonna get hit with that ultimate, and now Gen G are on the run. They don't want any part of this, but Zeus is looking to keep it going. The Mega Gnar coming in. He's gonna trap Peanut, as now, finally, they force that ultimate to come out from Peanut. Over the rocks goes Paze, and Gen G say, okay, you've got us. You've stopped our push.
And Zeus trying to do as much as he possibly can. Going all out there on the movement speed, a lot of aggressive arrests, and it will keep their base alive. Yes, they still have to give up a mid lane turret, but that one was probably going to be gone. Gen G maybe should be able to pick himself up an inner ear as well, but with Zeus playing the way that he has, I don't know if you want to go for this.
He should be okay with Owner coming in, and now Faker actually, who's got Exhaust and is on the way. Also Smite is looking for an engage, but Jovi is so thick. I mean, he just takes so much damage, they can't do anything to him right now, even with the Leandries, and now Gen G gonna come over as Keria looking to join the fight. Some Counter-Strike as, man, these two are just battering each other right now with the action, with the engages from both sides.
It's an all-out brawl, but no one ends up going down here, and T1 trying to make something happen proactively once again around this Gnar, but they're unsuccessful. I still really feel like if T1 can protect their carries with summoners back up here for Guma now, there's a real world in which they could start a reverse sweep here if they win a critical team fight. The next fight will be for this Cloud Soul here. If T1 win the fight decisively, take that soul, their chances do balloon. But man, Gen G have been so decisive on these fights. The way that Chovy engaged last time, the way they're getting on top of Guma makes it so hard. But at least he has his summoners now, as GA is coming up here very soon as well.
The hard thing, I think, for T1 here is trying to regain map control against the Maokai. Because trying to actually set up for a soul fight or a Baron contest, which you're gonna have to do, because this Baron, I think you got out pretty well. If the next one's gonna fall as well, and Gen G gets to shove in multiple side lanes with the threat of that, it's gonna be feeling a whole lot worse. Actually trying to regain control is gonna be tough. We do see everyone on Gen G going for a back right now, and the opportunity is here for T1 to take control of this pit. Doran, a lone Jax, does have his defensive cooldowns as well as a Zhonya's available, but I think Gen G now, with a fresh base, going to be making their way towards that dragon.
I like that T1 play around this Jax where they know that he has teleport and Chovy does not, so Chovy has to join. He's not going to be able to push topside here, and they actually are able to push Jax away and get control of this dragon pit here. Zeus building up his Narbar on the bottom side. This may be the last fight of the game here if one team wins it swimmingly, and that's basically how these fights go with the composition Gen G has chosen here. T1, though, will give up control, and this spawns in 20 seconds.
Yeah, this Drake, I think you can just give up.
It's just one Drake, but what about one Gnar? Can you just give away one Gnar? Is that okay? Peanut's like, oh, he's still here, and he's got GA. I mean, can they even join into this one? This is Mega Gnar that is about to spawn, and yes, it does come in, but it's 5 members of Gen G. Chovy gonna get stuck on the other side of that wall. Definitely delaying some time for Zeus to potentially get away. The damage is coming in. They really want that GA, if possible, as Whirling Death pulls in, and they're just getting in onto Guma, as now Keria in the front line as well. Ingo's Delight looking for that charm. He's going to pick up Guma in that back line, and now Chovy gonna threaten all the damage in that back line, and so will Peanut and Dorian. They just rip T1 to shreds in their own jungle as they get run around the map, and they will be taken out. Gen G just absolutely dominating them here in this fight.
That's gotta be it! Hands off the keyboard for T1. We'll see the double teleport coming in. Everyone's still alive. We'll see if Owner can maybe clear the waves, but still 25 seconds on Faker, still 30 on Guma.
And it's a day of threes here for Gen G. 3 different styles of composition, a 3-0, and the three-peat.
The three-peat is coming to life. Gen G will do it once again. They take out T1 in an epically dominant final, and they take the 3-0, the 2023 LCK Summer Champions.
And on the theme of threes, in the shadow and following the footsteps of Ruler. 3 deaths only in this grand finals for FaZe as Gen G do it. What seemed so difficult in spring, they were not the favorites there. They were able to clutch it out, beat T1 there in a pretty huge upset, but coming in tonight as pretty slight favorites with the momentum that T1 had, but it was preparation more than anything else, showcasing what a winner's bracket run advantage can look like here. And it's tragedy on the side of T1, another loss in a grand finals.
And this score of Doran, Peanuts, and Chovy, the wins just don't stop. T1 bested them once in spring last year. But even with Ruler leaving for the LPL, even with Lahan's no longer there, they bring in FaZe straight up from Challengers. They bring in Delight from Breon and get their second title.
And Gen G lift the trophy back to back to back. Doran so hyped here with the rest of the squad as they come out here, the coaching staff as well. And this is what Gen G is, the pinnacle of consistency here in LCK. 5 out of the last 6 finals, 3 titles in a row. Doesn't matter if you change some small pieces, this org just keeps coming up with W's.
Yep, and as you mentioned on the other side, T1 once again bested in a grand finals. Doesn't matter the team, they just can't seem to get that final step done. And this time it's Gen G again who are going to best them. Everybody, I mean, it's so difficult as well to choose an MVP, like their performance from each individual player, just unbelievable. And as much as it was Doran and FaZe in spring, this time it feels like Chovy, Peanut, Delight getting the job done. FaZe, janitor duty, doing so incredibly, never dying, playing the Zeri multiple times, and Doran doing his job. I don't envy you guys. It's really difficult to pick one player from this list of 5 to pick up the finals MVP, but we're gonna have to do it.
And we already talked about it, right? The consistency of this roster, but what's shown through today, and we started to see T1 trying to come back in this final game, the first one where it felt like there really were a match for Gen G, just wasn't enough.
They continue lifting the trophy one by one. Chovy, Doran, FaZe is next.
And Gen G are a team that have really cemented their legacy here in the hearts of the LCK fans, because this is a roster that will show up no matter what. And that has been the motto of this team over the last 3 years. They've come up a little bit short in internationals, but they've still had great performances there too. And Gen G, they have really not been in the same conversation as teams like SK Telecom in the past, D+ as well, when they were Damwon Gaming and their dominant run.
그게 크죠. 일단에서 스틸가 탈리아가 이런 식으로 스킬 깔아두면 카메 카메리 점사 이런 카메 관점 그때 라키라의 균비성과 그리고 포함해서 제이가 프리디 페이가 프리디 제이 들어가요. 네 이제요. 앉아서 그때 이게 젠지가 그러니까 먼저 쳐버리니까 싸움을 그리고 탈리아가 공사 중에 탈리아가 나왔어요. 탈리아가 길 막았어요. 그러니까 넘어가자 하는데 그러면 싸움 봐야 되는데 페이지가 다시 딜각을 잡고 있고 제이스가 그거를 안쪽으로 치원이 파고들 수 있다. 그렇습니다. 사거리 그리고 오히려 나가면서 이러면은 이제 나오카이 위험하고 피해도 위험하고 한 명은 다 위험한데요. 그냥 다 위험한데요. 그렇습니다. 지금 그나마 여기서 타워 이 정도 끝이면 뭐라도 근데 페이지가 오히려 앞으로 했대요. 아니 왜 아니 뭐야 트래플 거기에 아니 왜 이렇게 했대요.
그렇지 빠른 타이밍에 체력 많이 뽑았어요.
진짜 잘 때렸고 이거 마오카이도 뒤에 보고 있고요. 네.
그렇죠. 이대이가 달렸는데요.
근데 역으로 들어갔는데 팔을 하면서 일단 사일러스. 사일러스.
왜? 아니 교환이 아니었어요. 아니 이거는 뚫고 지나가면서
개몽이 돼버려가지고. 그러니까 군까지 쓰면서.
오지 마라.
미드가 있고 없고 차이가 당연히 크니까.
나도 대전에 맞고. 근데 맞대전에 맞고. 땡기야. 마우카이 죽었어요. 아니 딜라이트 소니. 안 나간다. 아니 딜라이트 완전 지금 움직임이 장난 아닌데 손놀림이.
바론 쪽으로 나가야 되는데.
대전에만 먼저 진영 잡아. 이면 땡겨줍니다. 열. 네. 1년로 오마이즈 앞에 있어요. 이런 땡겨. 오히려 아니 개가 죽었습니다. 그리고 땡겼어요. 이러면 가야 돼. 아니 그럼 왜 이렇게 잘해요? 맞습니다. 드레이브. 일단 드레이브 쪽.
그리고 계속 관리하러 막 해야 돼요.
매우 끌면서 일단 죽어서 살아서 일어나긴 합니다.
어렵죠.
일어나면 드레이브. 일어났다. 아니 오늘까지 죽으냐. 진영이 좀 갈라집니다. 진영이 우리가 물리면 안 됩니다. 역으로 잘리는 데야. 여기야 딜레이 잡았어요. 와 이거 어디가 다 이거 대화 부활 대화 여기 세우잖아 찢었어요. 일어나 스타 정말
야, 여기 드레이븐 볼게.
두번 넘어.
네, 봐. 드레이븐 높아요. 노트리 먼저. 야, 드레이븐 클린즈 없어.
탈리 한번 묶었어.
달려. 잡았어, 달려. 드분 노정아.
볼게요.
이겼어.
나를 누웠어. 미드라인 지켜. 미드라인.
아, 이거 잡고 끝내야 돼.
나 잡았어 이거.
너 똑같이
갈래.
야, 집 가자. 타면 텔 탈게.
오케이.
탑 가자.
나이스. 야 오늘 그냥 캐리했는데?
잘했다. 탑 가서 끝내자.
오케이.
확실하게 끝내고 좋아하자고.
가자. 야 세조에 오면 그냥 죽여버려. 무조건 끝나. 고생했다 진짜 우리. 방어구 막타 좀 쳐.
나 용대 3
타워 쳐줘. 빨리 끝내줘.
야.
죽이자. 죽이는 것도
나이스.
나 그 상태.
하자 했잖아.
And there you have it. Great to hear right at the end the victory moment from Gen G as the shining jewel on the stage, the 3-0. Excellently played as they pick up the championship.
Another title, and what I was getting into before we jumped into those highlights is I think Gen G needs to be in the conversation of one of the most dominant eras of LCK. They have earned that right now, lifting the trophy 3 times in a row as LCK Summer Champions.
And I really liked what you said earlier, Valdez, about the fact that it was so hard to pick out an individual player that really stole the limelight today. Peanut completely ran the jungle. Chovy playing 3 different picks. Every single game he brought up something new and it all works out. Pace, he went what? What was KDA like? 33 and
3
something.
deaths.
And it was not even at the forefront for me, as well as he played. That says so much about the form of this team.
It really does. And when you have a dominant series like this, it's tough to say, but we do have everyone on stage.
Yeah, I'm going to have Ji-sun as well to translate the interview that will begin in just a moment.
챔피언스 코리아
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the LCK Summer Finals winner interview translation. This is your champion of 2023 LCK Summer, Gen G.
자, 그러면 우승을 차지한 우리 젠지
Now, let's
선수들 그리고
hear from the
강코진과
5 players on the
간략히
side of
인터뷰
Gen G
나눠보도록
and
하겠습니다.
their coaching staffs.
먼저
To start off,
슈퍼스타 도란과 이야기를
please
나눠보도록
welcome the
하겠습니다.
superstar on the side of Gen G, their top laner, Doran.
아, 도란. 이거 3연속
Doran,
우승이거든요. 쓰리핏
back
기분이
to back
어떠십니까?
to back championship. How do you feel? You just accomplished the repeat.
이번에 최초로 달성하게
I heard that I am the first top laner to make it happen. The repeat, so I'm so proud of myself. It means even more than my previous LCK titles.
네, 그냥 오늘 그냥 인터뷰 동안은 쓰리핏이 없는 걸로 하겠습니다.
있나요?
있어요.
탑라이너 있나요?
Was there any top laner repeat? No, right? Oh, I'm so sorry.
시끄러웠어요. 아, 죄송해요.
Yes, you are the first ever top laner in the LCK to make it happen. Congratulations. You got so much details with the knowledge. I really wanted to say this out loud.
그리고 또 오늘 이렇게 많은 팬들 근데
도란.
우승하면 뭔가 또 도란은 뭔가 좀 할 것 같은 그런
You
기대하는
know,
분들 꽤 많으시거든요.
we all love your performance. We all love your celebration on stage after victories. Do you have anything in your mind? You just won the LCK summer season.
혹시 지금 뭐 떠오르는 거 있습니까? 앞서서 그 노래방에서 노래하는 장면도 나왔었거든요.
콩댄스로.
Maybe some of the Kong dance, maybe?
콩댄스. 이거 저도 한번 같이 쳐드릴까요?
Please give it up for Doran for his dance moves to celebrate his LCK title, another title.
아, 그냥 합시다.
And that is why we call him the superstar of Gen G, always giving the performance and celebration we wanted.
탑이라고 하는 잘 못 들어서 예 죄송하고요. 자, 그러면 팬들께 끝으로 감사 말씀 부탁드립니다.
And lastly, any message for all the Gen G fans?
이렇게 먼 곳까지
This time,
오신
finals
팬분들이 많으실 텐데
was held in Daejeon, you know. I want to say thank you to all my fans who actually made their way to Daejeon and cheered for Gen G so loud. It was giving us so much energy.
이번 남은 월즈도 있으니까 이제
And now it's World, so I will not get too bossy, you know. I will keep working hard in order to keep the best form, maybe even a stronger performance at Worlds.
다시 한 말씀. 젠지 팬들의 함성 소리 안 밀렸습니까?
Was your fans loud enough for you guys? Even louder than the T1 fans? Yes, of course.
저 함성 장난 아닌데요. 어디까지 크게 한번 나와나 봅시다.
It is surely very loud. Please give it up for Doran one more time to celebrate his LCK title one more time.
나는 파이널 MVP인 줄 알았어요. 약간 생각 있어요?
Do you think you're going to be the finals MVP maybe?
내려놨습니다.
Not really, you know.
모르죠, 아직 모르죠.
I'm not greedy for finals MVP anymore.
기록을 개인적으로 그리고 팀적으로 세운
Now,
우리
let's hear from Peanut,
이야기를 나눠보도록 하겠습니다.
who reached another milestone as a jungler in the LCK. First ever jungler to win so many titles. How do you feel? Yeah, this is my 6th LCK title.
맞습니다. 예.
Now I'm pretty sure I'm tied for 2nd place. You know, tied with Kwan. So it kind of tells me that I'm doing a great job in the LCK, and I love just winning LCK. You know, it means so much to me.
어떻게 생각하십니까?
Peanut, how do you feel? You are always making your team to win the LCK. Yeah, I guess I was able to step up so much and impact the team so much. Now, this fall, it is Worlds in Korea. How are you going to participate in that big event? As a challenger, always, you know. It is going to be a big event, and I will not let my guards down. Lastly, any message for Gen G fans? Just like Doran said, you know, the cheers were really loud, you know. Game 3 was actually pretty close and a little bit, you know, dicey, but we were able to make it back in game thanks to the support from our fans.
네, 피너 선수 우리 가족분들 오셨네요.
Peanut, and we can see your parents out there in the audience.
손 드시는데 또 한 말씀 해주시겠어요?
Anything you want to say to
그
them?
앞에 계시네. 예, 화면상.
Right in front of you.
부모님한테 이제 프로게이머 처음 시작할 때
When I first, started pro, they were really supportive. They were always believing in me. And thanks to them, I became one of the greatest players in the LCK. So thank you for your support, and I always love you guys.
여기서 말씀드리는데 얼마 전에 롤파크 근처에서 밥 먹고 있는데 제 밥값 내주셨어요.
아이고야.
Last time, I actually ran into your parents, and they paid for my meal.
감사합니다. 뒤늦게. 자,
Thank you, Peanut's parents from Keserjan.
자, 미드라이너.
Now,
초비와 이야기
Genji's mid laner, Chovy.
이 초비. 머리도
Congratulations,
작으면서.
Chovy.
예, 모자 이거 모자 이쓴 컨셉 뭐예요?
A new style with the cap, maybe?
머리가 너무 길어가지고
My hair's still long, so
안 보여요. 그래서
if I wear it all the way down, my hair kind of covers my eyes, so I can't really wear them.
오늘 정말 하드 캐리하면서 우승을
Chovy, you were hard carrying Genji today. How do you feel about the series and about the
게임의
win?
정답을 찾는 플레이를 되게 잘한 것 같아서
I think I was able to pull off the perfect play. I was actually the one finding the answer hidden in League of Legends. So I'm pretty happy with my performance. We had Talia, Silas, Kusante, not the mainstream picks right now. Tell us about the preparations.
세 개를 게임을 잘하기도 하고 저 개인의 숙련도도
Well, I'm pretty good at those 3 picks,
잘
a very high
대처를 안 해봤을
proficiency.
것 같은 조합이라서
And
하는데 좀 문제 없을
We
것
were
같았어요.
thinking that T1 don't really have too much information about those picks, we would be able to kind of attack on that angle.
두 번째 우승.
Chovy.
세 번째 우승.
Now,
연장하니까 이거 매번 우승할 때마다
you won
우승!
3 LCK titles in a row,
기분이 어떻습니까?
너무 좋은 것 같아요.
How does that feel?
가면 갈수록 더
Feels amazing. Does it get better?
짜릿하네요.
Every time it gives me a different thrill. I love it.
팀적으로는 앞서서 T1, D+G가 이어서 세 번째인데 아니
Now,
그 팀들은 최근에 우승한
Genji is the third LCK team to actually win back-to-back LCK title. And then if you manage to win next spring, you will be the first player to actually win 4 splits in a row.
끝이 없네요.
I have to admit, I'm getting greedier and greedier.
이렇게 진짜 끝까지
Chovy.
스태미나 안 빠지면서 응원해 주고 계신 팬분들께 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
Any message to all the Genji fans out there
팬분들이
and watching
응원해주셔서 너무
online?
힘이 많이 나는 것 같아요. 경기할 때도 경기 전에도
The support from the fans is the biggest motivation for me.
느껴지는데 그
I could hear them
주인공이 태도 너무 좋은 것
even wearing the
같아요.
headsets, and it always gives me thrills, and it makes me feel like I am the main character of this world, and I love that feeling. Thank you so much.
보람 느껴질 것 같습니다. 네, 자 이제 조이 선수와 인터뷰를 마무리 짓고 다음에
Now next up is Paige.
네, 우리 페이즈 선수와 말씀 나누도록 하겠습니다. 페이즈. 야 이거 저랑 같이 스플릿 두 번 뛰었는데 두 번 다 우승입니다. 자 팬분들께 먼저 우승 소감.
You have won every single splits you performed in the LCK. How do you feel?
제가 되게 애정하는 젠지라는 팀이 3연속 우승해서 되게
I have a very strong affection to Genji, and I'm happy that our team was able to win 3 titles in a row. For me, it's 2 titles in a row, and I want to say thank you to my teammates who actually made it possible to happen.
2경기 본인 KDA 기억나요?
Do you know? Do you remember your KDA in game 1 and 2? I think I had no deaths and got like 25 kills or 24. Exactly, you got 24 kills, 0 deaths, and 9 assists in game 1 and 2 combined.
스프링 때 1세트도 노데스로 14킬 하드 캐리했거든요. 그러면
Well, actually, the spring finals as well, you finished the first game with 14 kills and 0 deaths.
파임이요?
파엠. 그리고
Do you think you're gonna be the finals MVP again? Like, you are winning everything possible. You got the finals MVP in spring, you got the Rookie of the Year. Do you want another MVP maybe? I think I did a good job today, but I really wish Delight to win the finals MVP. I really hope so.
월즈는 처음이죠.
And this is gonna be your first Worlds, right?
저게 있었다. 또 로얄 로더도 있었네. 이거 뭐 상으로 구분할 수는 없습니다만 진짜 값진 평생 한 번 하기
So, Paige, you are having one of the most decorated first year in the LCK Royal Roader. Rookie of the Year, FMVP in spring. Now, Worlds is ahead of you. First Worlds for you.
일단 되게 갈 생각이 설레는데
I cannot wait, you know?
형들이랑 그냥 오늘
I'm
같은
super
결과를
excited,
쓸수록
but I wish we can pull up the same result that we had today, which is winning Worlds.
알겠습니다. 오늘 같은 결과 팬분들도 기대하실 것 같습니다. 자, 그러면 끝으로 이렇게 뭐라고
Then before we go,
열광장을 응원해주시는 팬들에게 한 말씀 부탁드립니다. 끝으로
any message over to the Genji fans?
결승전을 이겨서 행복하게 해드릴 수 있어서 되게
I am super happy that we won the finals, and I'm so happy that I made my fans happy by winning finals. And have a great day, everyone, and I love you guys.
감사합니다. 예, 아이고, 네, 네, 이제
Thank you very much, Paige. And now let's hear from Paige of Delight. Sorry, the support on the side of Genji.
일단 두 번째 우승.
Second title for you, Delight.
팬들께 우승 소감 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
How do you feel about this title?
해주셔서 힘이 되는 것 같고.
I want to say thank you to all my fans, you know. I am super happy. I am so glad, and I'm so glad that I was able to make our fans happy as well.
경기 중 그 토크가 공개된 영상이 있는데 제가 앞에 거 얘기해 볼 테니까 본인이 얘기한
Well,
거에 뒤에
today we were
뭐라고
able to
맞춰보세요.
find out in an interview that you said
맞춰보세요. 그단대로 빼! 그단대로 빼! 그단대로 빼!
기억이 안 납니다.
I don't remember that. What was that?
참고로 블리츠
It was about Blitz in the player comps.
그단대로 빼! 그단대로 빼! 블리츠! 여러분도 아시죠?
Delight in the players comp said, "My Blitz is crazy." And Delight, since he cannot remember the fans, please do it together with me.
기억나요? 그럼 오리지널 한번 할까?
Do you remember it now?
두 번 할게요. 그단대로 빼!
One more time.
그단대로 빼! 블리츠!
미쳤다!
My Blitz is crazy, said Delight.
네. 진짜 미쳤어요. 정말
And your
미쳤습니다.
Blitz
자, 그러면
was
앞으로 더
for
보여줄
sure
게 많습니다만 큰
topping
무대가
off.
준비되기 때문인데요.
Now.
자, 월드컵 각오 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
It is Worlds for you. What is your mindset heading into Worlds?
저만 잘하면 우승한다 했는데.
In spring, in summer, I've always said as long as I perform on the best level, our team will be able to win. And I'm pretty sure same goes for Worlds. As long as I can do my work, Genji will win the title.
감사합니다. 네. 자, 이제 코칭 스텝과 이야기 나눠보도록
Thank you
하겠습니다.
very much, Delight. And now let's hear from the coaching staff. First off is Score, the head coach on the side of
GDB
Genji.
감독과 말씀 나눠보도록 하겠습니다.
The famous GDB, Mr. GDB on the side of Genji.
뭐야? 아이돌? 네, 미디안 정글러까지 봤습니다. 아이돌이는 고정빈 미쳤냐?
Congratulations. This sign says, "Score, are you crazy?" And they flips it over, and GDB is insane.
야, 이것도 뭐 소감부터
And his
말씀하셔야
draft
될 것
was
같아요.
for sure on point.
폼 미친 우리 GDB.
Score.
일단 3연속
How do you feel about the win?
할 줄은 몰랐는데 어제 제가 생각했을
I
때
didn't know that we would actually win our third consecutive
결과로 나타나서 너무 기분 좋은
finals, but I think we were able to pull off a great outcome altogether.
이기고 올라올까 그것도 못 맞췄는데 3대0을 예상했어요?
You failed to predict the result yesterday, but you were predicting the result today, correct?
될것 같아서
I had a feeling this morning, you know. I was pretty confident it's going to be 3-0, and it happened.
감독 부임하자마자 계속 연속 우승, 계속 결승 진출, 그리고
Ever since you joined Genji as a head coach, Genji was able to make it to the finals every time, and Genji has won 3 consecutive finals. Everything seems so easy for you as you transition into head coach. I mean, I have been to finals as a player too, but I have lost so many times that it was indeed heartbreaking. And then I keep winning as a head coach, so it feels amazing, you know. Now, you know, our biggest homework ahead of us is Worlds, you know. I just want to have a week off maybe a little vacation, and then we will be back on the grind for Worlds.
자 그러면 끝으로 한 말씀만. GDB에게 있어 뱀픽이란?
What does pick and ban mean for GDB? How do you describe your draft? High value.
네, 이제는
It is true. And everyone is chanting GDB in the crowd.
이제는 말할 수 있다. GDB 고백이
And GDB's
왔습니다.
high value
자,
draft
말씀 감사하고요.
surely
자,
worked
이제, 우리
this
마파,
summer season. Now
코치하고
let's hear
말씀하도록
from
하겠습니다.
Mafa, the
야,
coach
이거 뭐
on the
진짜-
side of Genji.
아니 코칭 셉이 이런 마이크가 없네 마이크. 예. 우리 고밸류 하느라고 마이크는 안 줬어요. 예. 일단은 팬들께
Congratulations,
우승의 기쁨
Mafa.
한 말씀 전해주신다면.
Anything you want to say to the Genji fans?
저는 이 자리에 설 수 있다는 게
I am just so grateful that I can be part of Genji,
좋은 선수들
you know,
그리고
and I
감독
can
코치님을 잘
come up to the
만나서
stage together with the Genji
선수일 수
players and the
있다고
coaching
생각합니다.
staff. You know, I think I got really lucky to meet such a great talented players
오늘
and coaching
경기
staff.
요게 포인트였다. 요게 우리가 잘 됐다.
What do you think was the key factor today? What worked so well? Maybe a play, maybe a draft, maybe a pick.
잘 됐지만 그냥 오늘 제가
I
느낀
think the
거는
players were doing a great job. Our drafting was so on point, but today we were able to hear the cheer from the crowd so loud.
분명히 선수들한테 긍정적인
I'm pretty
영향을
sure it
끼쳤을 거라고
was
생각합니다.
giving a positive impact to the players.
오늘 뭐 선수도 그렇고 우리 마포 코치도 그렇고 우리 팬분들이 함성 얘기를 많이 하시는데
I mean,
아니,
every
함성이
single Genji
영예인
player
거야, 좀 적을
and
수도 있고
every
그런 거
single
아니에요?
coaching staff mentioned
아까
the
지훈이가 얘기한 그
cheer from
전율
the
돋는다는
crowd.
게막 닭살돋을만큼
Toby
좀
also
진짜
mentioned, you
전율이
know,
있습니다.
it was giving chills, and same. I felt the same way, you know, it's really giving chills. Whenever we hear the fans going loud for us, it feels amazing.
어디 팬이 1등? 자, 여쭤보도록 하겠습니다.
Then I want to ask you a question. Who has the loudest fan?
감사합니다.
It is Genji, says Mafa.
예. 아 저는 이거 헤드셋 속에 있어서 안 들리거든요. 그런데 와 코칭 스텝 그리고 선수까지 그 이야기하는 거
Now
보니까
let's hear
엄청난
from
함성이셨던 것
Musong,
같습니다.
another coach
항상
on the side of
묵묵히
Genji.
자신의 역할을 다하고 계신 우리 무성 김무성 코치와 말씀 나눠보도록 하겠습니다.
Congratulations
아이고,
on
또다시
another
우승입니다.
LCK
아, 기분
title. How does it feel?
결승전에 가는 것도 좀 쉽지 않은 일이라고
I mean,
생각하는데
just making it into finals is a very hard task,
번을 가서
but
세 번을 우승한 게
over the course of 2 years, we made it to 4 finals and we won three of it. I am so proud of ourselves.
어떤 그 자랑스러움, 팀에 대한 응원하는 팀에 대한 자랑스러움의 끝판.
I'm pretty sure the fans are also super proud of Genji.
이번 월즈에서는 꼭 팬들 실망 안 시키도록
What is your
하겠습니다.
mindset heading into Worlds? I promise that this Worlds, we will not let you guys down.
자 오늘은 LCK이고 월즈를 남겨두고 있습니다만 딱딱 질문 하나만 딱.
Worlds is just around the corner, but I want to focus more on the LCK.
9월 말에
And also,
그리고 9월
at the end of September,
뭐 우리은행
there will be a big event together with the Asian Game national team players.
아시안 게임 관련해서 딱 한 말씀만 여쭤보도록
So I have a question, just one question about the Asian Games.
아시안 게임도 많은 분들이
You
기대하고
just won the
있거든요.
LCK,
아시안
you will
게임에
do
임하는
great
각오도 한 말씀만
at
좀
Worlds, but
부탁드리겠습니다.
what is your mindset for the Asian
오늘
Games?
좋은 모습 보인 것처럼
Just
아시안
like we
게임도 꼭 좋은
did
모습
today,
계속 보여드릴 수
I will
있도록
make sure
하겠습니다.
to
알겠습니다.
play at my best level
감사합니다.
at the Asian Games.
네. 그렇게
Thank you very much. And that was Genji players after their victory in the grand finals of the LCK. And I'm gonna pass it back to the casters. Thank you.
목소리 한번 들려주시기 바랍니다. 여러분 다시 한번 그 남성으로 축하해 주시기 바랍니다. 2023
Ji-sun, thank you for that wonderful long interview translation. We are back with the awards ceremony as Genji will take the championship, as you guys know by now. And the celebration will only start now for the rest of the night and the year for these guys as they look forward towards Worlds and towards potentially more victories in finals here at the LCK.
Chovy, of course, representing Genji in Asia Games, as well as was just mentioned, and a well-deserved win here, a very dominant one. But now they get to celebrate.
자, 이제 시상식을 거행해 보도록 하겠습니다. 이번
And Gen.G have, of course, looking at just the results, I think been doing well over the last 2-3 years at Worlds, right? But the expectations for a first seed of the LCK are higher than just making a semis.
Yes, as introducing here the award ceremony, 이석태, the head of domestic business unit of Uribank, going to lead us off into this award ceremony.
시즌 결승전에서도 LCK 팬분들을 모시고 시상을 할 수 있어 매우 행복합니다.
Saying he's really happy, of course, the fans who supported them. Very happy with the finals.
팬분들과 함께 경기를 관람하며 응원을 해보니 여러분의 함성과 열정이 제 마음까지 뜨겁게 했습니다.
He obviously really enjoyed it as well, thanks to the fans who supported it.
저와 우리 은행은 이 뜨거운 마음으로 LCK를 지속 후원하고 나아가 e스포츠가 꾸준히 성장할 수 있도록 늘 함께하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
I'm just hoping that they can continue to grow esports together. And we all, of course, support Uri for their... We're very thankful for their contributions and support for the LCK. And now we're going to start the award ceremony itself.
And of course, like looking back at things like the opening today, right? Wouldn't be able to have shows like that otherwise.
Yep, absolutely. The 2023 LCK Summer Champion is Gen.G. They win not only 200 million won, they do get the Tiffany's commemorative ring as well, and the pride of being the champions this time around.
이석태 부원장님 모시고 사진 촬영을 하고 있습니다.
And Peanut, as the team's captain, will be receiving the ring. And captain he is, has been such an important leader for this team. Even in this series, you see it, right? Him giggling as his jungle camp is getting stolen away from him, knowing that in the grand scheme of things, it's not going to matter that much.
Look at that shine from that championship ring. Looking quite nice. So now we're going to take some pictures as they hold up their big placard, their check for winning here at the championship. And afterwards, we are going to have, of course, the MVP announcements from the finals. We'll have to wait and see who did pick that one up here on the side of Gen.G.
No doubt a close vote for sure. And they get to bask in the glory here on stage. The fans happy to cheer for them one more time. As Caster John asks for one more round of applause, they will absolutely grant it. Because I think they're getting used to the idea of us living in the era of Gen.G.
And it took Chovy so long to get his first title, and then he gets 3 in a row. Truly unleashed in a way that we always knew the player was good enough, but it just never came together. Not unlike Score. And how poetic is it that here, 2 years later, they are still together, winning titles.
And now, as for mentioned, we do have the final MVP announcements that is going to be coming in here. So very curious to see who is going to be picking this one up. And we are also going to have the Vice Mayor for Economy and Science of Daejeon, Lee Seok-bong, who is going to be presenting this award.
And Daejeon, actually the location where the best tech university in Korea resides. So definitely a city that is known for this.
여러분들의 함성을 들어보니 대전에서의 생활이 즐거웠던 것 같습니다.
Asked them if they had a great time in this finals in Daejeon, and they said yes.
대전은 대한민국의 미래를 만드는 곳입니다.
He said Daejeon is a place that makes the future for Korea.
과학 기술이 있어서 그렇습니다.
As of course talking about science, as was mentioned by Chronicler.
국토의 중심으로서 여러분들이
She can't believe it.
수 있습니다.
It's Daejeon.
It's Daejeon.
이번 LCK를 계기로 대전에서는 더욱더 e스포츠를 활성화시키겠습니다.
Just talking about Daejeon collaborating for esports with the LCK.
게임이 열리는데 e스포츠 게임 종목이 들어가도록 노력하겠습니다.
And the Daejeon will continue to work towards being a place for esports in the future.
롤 게임에 있어서 월드에 있어서도 대전이 함께할 수 있도록 여러분들의
And they want to continue to be a place where you could see League of Legends in the future and maybe even Worlds here in Daejeon.
I love this guy.
He's very ambitious.
There's so much.
He's already getting into the world spinning. Maybe next time.
It's Daejeon.
It's Daejeon. I'm in on the stage though.
All right, guys, and he will present 5 million won, so about $4,000, and a bracelet provided by Tiffany to the finals MVP. Who is going to get it from the side of Gen.G? Let's find out.
파이널 MVP는 누구? 다시 한 번 예.
He's asking who?
MVP는 너무 나눠집니다만은 박빙의 승부 끝에 파이널 MVP는 초비입니다.
Toby, the Grand Finals MVP, playing 3 different champions, carrying the team. It was always going to be difficult. Every single player playing their hearts out, and Toby will get it this time around.
He played so well. The draft adaptations, it was all around this man. So many fans.
Get the banner!
Light as well, but
Toby
will pick it up.
Yeah.
He's so happy.
Yeah.
You love to see the grin. Like his grin reflects the happiness of the fans who are watching as well.
And it did really feel like Peanut obviously having a stellar series, the light popping off in a way that support pulled up to this big stage you might not have expected, but Chovy has been so incredibly good for so long. Very, very deserved finals MVP here.
Yeah, absolutely. Space as well, picking up like this insane KDA, just playing cleanup duty. And he did not pick it up this time. They keep showing the big time Chovy fans on the camera. They're very happy for their guy Chovy to pick it up.
And we've always said that Chovy hadn't peaked before he picked up his LCK title, and then he just keeps growing and improving more and more. He's still incredibly young despite being a veteran, and we know this guy is destined for greater things, and he's just missing that Worlds title now.
Yeah. Greater things after getting 3 LCK titles in a row. That's how you know this guy is the real deal. And Tiffany and co will present the finals MVP bracelet ceremony as the Vice Mayor of Economy and Science for Daejeon, Lee Seok-bong, will put it on. And Chovy is the MVP.
And what impressed me the most is we got to see 3 different sides. The Cassandre, that's classic Chovy, right? Trying to play his tanks in the mid lane. Gets to play something with a lot of impact. Then the Silas, the mechanical prowess, the level 2 comes to mind. And then the Talia as well. Let's keep going back to the fangirls. They can't believe it.
But he's also going to break the chain of 80 carry MVPs for him, for Gen.G, Ruler into Pays. And even though Pays had a fantastic KDA and performed so incredibly well tonight, this time Chovy brings it home with that champion pool. And I like what you mentioned, just showing 3 different styles and his pick defined each draft for Gen.G in this 3-0 win.
That it absolutely did. We're going to hear from Chovy here. I'm going to pass it back to G-Sun to translate the MVP interview.
일단 파엠, 이거
One more
처음이라면서요.
time, congratulations,
네,
Chovy.
처음이에요.
First ever
네.
finals MVP, right?
또 기분이
It
어때요?
is.
파엠 이거 다른 선수 동료들이 타는 거
How does that
봤는데
feel,
직접
you
받아보니까.
know? First time actually
제가
becoming the finals MVP.
프로 생활 초기에는
Early
결승전에서
in my
좋은 모습을
career,
보지 못했는데
I was
이렇게 성장해서
never
파이까지
able
받게
to
되니까 너무
prove
좋은 것 같아요.
at finals, and I have improved so much, and now I have
그리고
proved that,
진짜
you know,
그동안에 아니, 파엠
I
타고
can
하면
be
팬들이
the
다
best player, and I am the
오늘따라
finals
이렇게
MVP. It feels
이렇게
amazing.
우시는 분이 많아요. 봤죠? 아까 화면 다 봤잖아.
So many fans were in
이렇게
tears
아니, 초비 팬분들은
as the
초비가
finals
좋은 일이
MVP
생겨 우세요?
was announced.
그렇게 우시는 거예요.
Why were they crying?
너무 좋아서 우시나 봐요.
Because they were too happy,
자,
maybe?
그분들께 한 분 한 분 찾아뵙고 말씀을 드리겠습니다만 그럴 수 없으니까 여기서 그뭐 우시는 분 포함해서
So,
웃으시는 분,
Chovy.
좋아하시는 분, 만세 부르시는 분,
So many fans
글 쓰시는 분까지 다 포함해서
were crying
파엠 소감 한 말씀
because they were so happy that you won the finals MVP. Any message you would like to say to them?
너무 좋고요. 팬 여러분들이
feels amazing to be the finals MVP.
웃으시는 분도 있고
And
우시는 분도
some of my fans were laughing
제 좋은 일에
because they were happy, and some of our fans were in tears of happiness. I am just happy that I was able to, you know, make my fans so happy and feel so much emotions. Another Chovy fan in tears of joy.
월드도 있어요. 월드 파엠 때 진짜 그때 한번 월드 파엠
Chovy,
때
you could be the world's finals MVP in the future, maybe. There will be more fans in tears of joy if Chovy can make it happen. And please give it up for Chovy one more time, the finals MVP of LCK Summer.
초비에게 큰 축하의 박수를 부탁드립니다.
Thank you so much, C-Zone, once again for the awesome translation as the Chovy fans can't believe it. But
그리고 많은 이제 팀 관계자분들과
yeah,
함께하는
he deserves it. At the end of the day, Chovy will pick it up. Absolutely huge. And now, with the finals MVP ceremony done once again, thank you so much to the Vice Mayor of Economy and Science of Data, Lee Seok-bong.
대기하고 계시겠죠?
And now,
지금 나오시면 됩니다. 지금
we have the trophy ceremony. And we're just about done. We have the 3-0 finals, Gen.G 3 in a row with the 3-peats. And it all comes together here on this stage.
You get to submit that name on the trophy 3 times, the back-to-back-to-back.
보이나?
And that's the cool thing about our trophy is you literally etch your name into history.
원래
And there's even Arnold gonna come on the stage to celebrate with his boys.
And it was a gamble at the beginning of the year, right? The fact that Ruler in the hands was gone, Ruler was the heart of this team ever since 2016. For 5 years, they relied on this player and all he provided. And as we have seen, he's clearly done very well since leaving the LCK, winning double LPL titles, winning MSI. But the fact that Gen.G is still able to be successful with this duo of Delight and Pace, incredible.
I'm really happy with the end of our season here. A dominant performance from Gen.G, the culmination of a year of work, of growth, of improvement. And they're going to be going to represent us here at Worlds as well for the LCK. And we'll see what the future holds for this roster that, like last year, finishes at the top of LCK.
큰 박수 함성으로 축구해 주시기 바랍니다.
Gen.G, lift the trophy. 3 in a row, your 2023 LCK Summer Uri Bank 1 Grand Finals champion. And we will leave you now. Hope you guys enjoyed the championship, and we'll see you on the other side. Have a great night.
자, 이렇게 대전에서 LCK 최초, 대전에서 열린 2023 SK 서머 스플릿 우리은행 1 자 그랜드 파이널은 젠지의 우승으로 모두 마무리됐다는 것을 여러분께 전해드립니다. 이번 썸머에도 LCK의 뜨거운 열정을 쏟아주신 많은 팀들과 선수들 그리고 늘 응원해주신 팬 여러분들이 계셨기 때문에 이렇게 성공적인 흐뭇한 보람 가득한 장소가 그리고 이런 경기가 결승선이 있었다고 생각합니다. 다시 한번 거듭거듭 감사드리면서 많은 도움을 주신 특히 우리은행 그리고 대전광역시에도 거듭거듭 감사의 말씀을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 앞으로도 저희는 더욱더 노력하고 발전하는 LCK가 되도록 하겠습니다. LCK가 월드에서의 더 좋은 모습으로 여러분을 찾아뵐 수 있을 것을 기대하면서 저희는 다음 주 LCK 대표 선발전으로 찾아뵙도록 하겠습니다. 함께해 주시는 여러분 진심으로 감사드리고요. 이것으로 모두 마치도록 하겠습니다. 다시 한번 우승 젠지입니다.
그런데 퍼집니다. 그런데 게임이 정지가 됐네요. 게임이 정지됩니다.
안녕하세요. KT 롤스터의 원거리 딜러를 맡고 있는 에이밍입니다. 총알키를 사려다가 옆에 있는 스태틱을 사버릴 때도 많았단 말이에요. 몰랐어요. 라인 가면서 딱 이제 중간에서 뭐야 나 왜 스태틱이지? 하면서
이거 이제 스태틱 구매 불가 아니야?
사람이니까 실수할 수도 있다고 생각하고 팀원들도 다 그렇게 얘기하면서 좀 편하게 지나갔었던 것 같습니다.
스태틱이 메타가 아예 아니었어요. 그래가지고 가는 걸 보자마자 이거 내가 지금 빨리 퍼즐을 걸어야 이게 게임이 이제 뭐 어떤 식으로 이상해지지 않겠다라고 생각을 하고 이제
잠시만요. 이거 퍼주면서요. 그렇게 스태틱 가는데?
스태틱이 실제로 풀렸었는데 제가 까먹어서 놓친 것 때문에 나온 사소한 해프닝이었죠.
스태틱을 얼른 사야겠다 하는 생각만 하다가
스태틱이 안 터져. 너 스태틱 아닌데? 그럼.
잠시만요. 잘 확인해드리겠습니다.
다른 선수가 스태틱 안 터진다고? 없는데 무슨 얘기지? 없어요. 왜냐? 안 샀으니까.
죄송합니다. 아무 문제 없습니다. 재밌게 포장해 주셔서 되게 감사드리고 또 그 팬분들도 되게 재밌게 박수 치면서
터지나요? 터집니다. 문제 없이 박수 쳐주셔서 감사합니다.
유쾌하게 잘 넘어가 주셔서 다 감사드립니다.
되게 와보고 싶었던 무대에서 재밌는 시간 보낸 것 같고 그리고
벌써 한 시즌 다 보냈다는 게 너무 시간이 빠른 것 같고
개인적으로 더 잘했으면 하는 부분이 많았어가지고 아쉬운 시즌인 것 같아요.
퍼포먼스를 좀 보여줬다 보니까 저는 나름 만족했던 것 같습니다.
당황스럽긴 했는데 편하게 대해주려는 게 저도 몸으로 느껴져서 적응을 잘할 수 있었던 것 같아요.
난 되게 기뻤는데 사람들 앞에서 기쁜 걸 좀 티를 안 내고 그냥 뭐 잘할 수 있을까 이런 생각을 많이 했던 것 같아요.
저한테는 너무 고마운 형들이고 제가 형들을 좋아한다는 거는 뭐 알아줬으면 좋겠습니다.
제가 성장할 수 있게 믿고 기다려줘서 일단 정말 고맙고요. 감사합니다.
이제 친구들이 좀 많이 알려주다 보니까
이름 같은 게 재밌어가지고 엮이는 거 재밌는 것 같습니다.
파덕 선수 이제 같이 서머 때 콜업 됐었는데 다음 시즌에도 좋은 퍼포먼스 보여주면 좋을 것 같습니다. 파덕 넌 내 거야.
다음 시즌 또 잘 준비해가지고 열심히 파이팅해요. 파이팅.
아펠리오스 누가 제일 잘한다고 생각하시는지 궁금합니다.
제가 페이지 선수 경기 몇 번 봤는데 쓰고 계신 스킨이 참 예쁘더라고요. 그게 누구 건지 다들 아실 거라 생각합니다.
안녕하세요. 하나생명 e스포츠의 바이퍼 박도현입니다.
안녕하세요. LCK 아나운서 함예진입니다. 에피소드요? 아시잖아요. 한바대전이죠.
그런 게 있어야 좀 재미도 있고 보는 사람도 즐거울 거라 생각해서
아펠리우스? 내가 1등이다. 이 얘기를 듣고 싶어서 그냥 눈치 없이.
갈수록 더 잘하시면 LCK나 뭐 보시는 분들이나 더 좋지 않을까 생각합니다.
바이퍼 선수 이번 서머 동안 고생 정말 많으셨고 앞으로도 멋진 활약 해주시면 좋겠습니다. 화이팅!
안녕하세요. LCK 아나운서 배혜지입니다.
배혜지 아나운서님이랑 POG 인터뷰에서 만나 뵈고 되게 뭔가 긍정적인 에너지 같은 거를 많이 받았다고 느꼈어요.
진심을 담아서 일을 하면 누군가한테 전달이 된다 이렇게 저 혼자 생각하고 있었거든요. 근데 라스칼 선수가 정말 그렇게 언급을 해주셔서 너무 감사했고
저한테 긍정적인 에너지를 주셔서 감사하고 뭔가 덕분에 제가 최근에도 많이 웃는 것 같아서
앞으로도 더 좋은 모습 많이 보여주셨으면 좋겠어요. 라스칼 선수 화이팅!
펜타킬 또 하고 이제 세 번째인데 혁규 형이 이제 한 번도 못 해가지고 혁규 형 다음에 먹여주면 좋겠다 싶습니다.
뭐 이번 시즌만 해도 저희 팀에서나 다른 팀 선수들이나 쉽게 잘하는 것 같은데
그래서 이번 시즌에 꼭 먹여주고 싶었는데 그러지 못해서 아쉽고
허수가 저도 만들어주겠다고 약속했는데
저는 지금 3번이나 했는데
오케이.
드디어 했다.
한 번도 못 해봤는데 허수야 약속 지켜.
뭐 노력해 보겠습니다.
이 대왕 먹었는데 로이신도 이 모두 대전이 또 이게 스토리가 많은데
둘, 셋. 뭔가 시즌 초에는 이제 약간 모두 대전이 이제 막 약간 LCK를 약간 대표하는 그런 느낌으로 이제 하려 했었는데 아직 그거를 잊지 않았기 때문에
실제로 이제 연습도 같이 해보고 하는데 잘해지는 게 느껴져가지고 내년도 이제 서로 LCK에서 만나게 되면 꼭 좋은 경기 잘 치러보자.
그때 보자.
이번 썸머 시즌에 또다시 복귀해서 경기를 하게 됐는데 좋았던 것 같아요. 2,000킬 달성해서 너무 좋고 다시 3,000킬을 뭐 바라볼 수 있도록 열심히 해야 될 것 같습니다.
일단 이렇게 좋은 성적 낸 게 정말 오랜만이기도 했고 정말 오래 했구나라는 생각이 들면서 더 뭔가 오래 해가지고 팬분들한테 더 기억될 수 있게 하고 싶은 것 같아요.
페이커와 데프트는 11년이란 시간이 만든 LOL e스포츠 정말 소중한 자산입니다.
일단 뭐 데프트 선수는 이렇게까지 오래 할 줄은 몰랐고요. 정 캐스터님은 사실 10년이 아니라 30년 가까이 하신 대선배님이라서 오랫동안 활동했으면 좋겠습니다, 모두.
상혁아, 이번 생에 너 때문에 LCK 캐스터로서 꿀 많이 빨았다. 당분간은 우리가 좀 더 하자.
지금까지 해온 것처럼 해주셨으면 좋겠고 거기에 저도 같이 나아갔으면 좋겠습니다.
혁규야, 너도 끝까지 한다고 했다.
이번 시즌에 되게 많은 응원을 와주셨는데 이렇게 결과가 살짝 아쉽게 나와서 정말 죄송하다는 말씀 드리고 싶고 이제 다음 시즌에는 엄마 아빠가 나를 더 자랑스러워할 수 있는 아들이 될 수 있도록 더 노력할게.
뭐 성적이 안 좋았다고 죄송할 필요 전혀 없고 지금도 아빠 엄마는
너무나 자랑스럽고 제일 중요한 거는 건강이니까 아프지 말고 더 좋은 게이머가 될 수 있도록 노력하면 될 것 같아. 그리고 화이팅 앞으로도.
맨날 응원해 주시러 오는데 뭐 아들은 경기 지고 같이 말도 안 하겠다고 하니까 좀
태영아, 엄마 아빠는 최전방에서 널 제일 많이 응원해. 항상 열심히 하는 네가 안쓰러우면서도 자랑스러워하는 거 알지?
엄마 아빠한테 맨날 삐딱하게 굴고 연락도 안 하고 그런 못난 아들이지만 꼭 잘해줘서 멋진 아들이 될게. 사랑해.
절대 못나지 않은 아들이고요. 엄마 아빠는 네가 어디서 뭘 하든 항상 자랑스러워. 걱정하지 마. 한 번이라도 너를 못나다 생각해 본 적이 없어. 언제나 너를 사랑하는 엄마가 있다는 거 알지? 사랑한다.
올 한 해도 과분할 정도로 좀 많이 항상 응원해 주시고
선수 생활 오래 하게 된 원동력은 항상 팬분들이라고 생각하고
아파서 쉬게 된 것도 성장의 디딤돌이 될 거라고 생각하고 있기 때문에 팬분들도 너무 걱정하시지 마시고
너무 힘이 많이 됐다고 너무 감사하다고 또 전해드리고 싶습니다.
이것으로 2023 썸머 스플릿 모두 마치도록 하겠습니다. 고맙습니다.